Hello everyone, peace be with you and welcome to the live stream. Thank you all so much for being here. I am looking forward to hopping into Skyrim once again for our fourth episode in a row. That makes one full month now of consistent Monday Skyrim live streaming. I've been very much enjoying this series. I hope you all have too. It's been seemingly doing fairly well on YouTube, especially for where we are. Very well in that case. And so much of that has to do with y'all. So I very much appreciate that. I am glad that it seems people have been enjoying the streams, and I hope that you enjoy today's. Without further ado, let's play some Skyrim. Alrighty. Hello PB, how are you today?
I'm traveling. You've got the inn till I get back.
Alright. So we'll save our typical intro for after we follow Delphine here because she is, well, if Uthred will let us out, that is. She is in a rush to get to Kynesgrove. So where we left off, we know that the dragons have, or particularly a dragon, has come back to Skyrim and is awakening others to bring about essentially the end times. Let's split up and meet there. I don't want to follow her the whole way. Okay, I don't have to let her know. I'm gonna spend this time talking to y'all and talking to Delphine. Notorious for being one of the most annoying characters in all of Skyrim. Really, like, I named this episode Death by Delphine for the sake of the dragon, but also for our sake. You know, she is, there's a high probability that she may have, at some point or another, induced someone to suicide. Hopefully, you know, I'm hopeful that together we can make it, though. We're going to try and spend as little time with her as possible. Oh, I thought there was a bear pointing. But yeah, so she is, however, you know, for all her flaws, still has her perks, and one of them is that through her dedication to preservation of the land of Skyrim, her duty as a blade, she has found the location of, or more discerned is a better word, given it's less a matter of finding and more a matter of deducing from what we had. The next location that a dragon will pop up, and we're on our way there right now to put a stop to it. So what's going on here?
Waiting for a good death.
Ah, a good death. Well, I'm a Nord, so I should wielding an orc mace, so I should be fairly familiar with what he's talking about. Though the viewership might not, so the orcs are a very warrior-centric culture. It's basically everything to them, and you know, we are here encountering an orc who has been such a good warrior, or perhaps been such a good coward, either way, that he's lived this long, to the point where he's running out of opportunities to die in a glorious fashion. They have a perception of the world where glory kind of, instead of being one of many virtues, takes ultimate precedence. But there is something to be respected in that. Either way, we're going to kind of inquire a little bit further as what he's talking about.
Were I to simply lay down and die, it would not please Malakath.
So we could just walk away, leave him to live, or give him a warrior's death. Now, it's kind of complicated because Nord would somewhat agree with him, but also have, I would say, greater value for mortal life than perhaps an orc would in this sense. Like, would have an esteem for living to old age. I don't know if it's really in his character to be the one to give this orc a death of that sort. So we're gonna back away from this. Though hopefully he doesn't decide to pick a fight with anyone else. Now that I mentioned that, maybe there is a reason.
Grant me a good death, then you can leave.
maybe for the sake of who else he may be interested in killing, perhaps we should be the ones to embrace this seemingly inevitable confrontation.
Indeed. One should find his death while he can still call himself a proper man. We Orcmen are not like these Nords and Imperials who carry on until they are gray and feeble and their hair falls out. To cling to something past its usefulness is unseemly. How much more so when that thing is you? You should leave. I don't want you scaring off my good death.
Yeah, he seems like he's going to,
Perhaps. Are you sure about this?
someone has to do it.
We shall see.
Yes, I'm sure.
Mine.
We're gonna put up a little bit more fight than those two saber cats did, my friend. Oh, 3v1. I thought Delphine was not caught up just yet, so, he got 3v1'd. I don't know if that counts as an honorable death. Oh no, what have we done? Oh no. Well. The saddest part is that he put up less of a fight than the horse did.
Better to stick together. I don't want you to get yourself killed before we even get there.
I can handle myself, thank you, Delphine. Speaking of the death of the horse, we're about to pass by the lands where they died. Alright, this is what we've been waiting for to, intro that we've been talking about. I thought the 4-minute last streams went well. Last Skyrim one, so we're probably just going to keep up with that in this travel time with not much going on. It's a good opportunity for that, I think. So, I mean, today's a fairly obvious one. I like to wish everyone a happy Columbus Day. Oh, hold on. Bandits. I think. I don't know. Bandito? Excuse me, sir. You all saw that too, didn't you? Oh, he's a hunter. Ah, he's a hunter hunting a Spriggan. Too late to not get involved in this. Ow! He does some nasty damage. Let's go about this a different way. How about let's she's made of wood, right? So this should be fairly intuitive. Wait, did Uthgar just submit? Or is that the hunter submitting? Either way, I would like to not drown. Well, it wasn't Uthgar. It must have been the hunter. Dodge and weave. Oh, he's doing a lot of damage. She's healing? Well, let's level up because, wrong button. That gives us a free heal. So if she will abuse her powers, I will abuse mine. Magicka. Because obvious reasons. Looks like we already leveled up destruction once, so let's do restoration. Using destruction right now, we can we did this in the spirit of getting health. Oh, there she goes. Didn't just randomly attack people, even if you are under attack. Couldn't have assumed that I was going to kill her. Delphine's still up here. Where did the hunter go? The hunter, like, I am so confused. The hunter hunting the wolf and a jump by a Spriggan, or what? Where's the Spriggan's body? Oh, there's the hunters. Let's see what they want. Right down here. What happened?
I've been hunting and fishing in these parts for years. Until
There's
next
enough
time.
for all of us if you aren't greedy. Until next time.
Okay, now they're just blue. What kind of pale? I think vampire. I'm on my toes, gang. Vampires in this game. Should I say club? You really don't have to wait for me, Delphine. I wouldn't do it for you. I'm thinking. Or I just toasted Delphine.
I hope you're Dragonborn, I really do. But we'll find out soon enough.
I bet the hunters were hunting the wolf and then they got jumped by the spriggan. That's my guess, but I don't know. Going now. I don't remember this being the way, but I will follow you, I guess.
I doubt the Thalmor are aware of you yet, so we should be safe from them at least.
Apparently I'm correct. Okay. Was not aware the NPCs could get so confused about things, but alright. Anyways. Columbus Day. It is a day of celebration. Delphine, I really want to end you right now. Please stop interrupting me. I'm gonna go all the way over here and hope that you never talk to me again. 'Tis a day of celebration. Only put in a bad mood by Delphine. Because it's a day that symbolizes the birth of Western civilization. I think, actually in its complexity, more so than even just viewing it as an inherent good or bad, does it symbolize kind of the legacy of Columbus. Whether, you view him in a positive light or a negative light in history or Western civilization in general, both in the virtues ascribed to him and the faults ascribed to him by others, whatever may be true, whatever may be not, and even the disagreement itself. Disagreement, much like is recognizable in our own day, ones that have continued since his time. Basically, a lot of the arguments as to either side of one's perspective on Columbus can be traced back to essentially politics of his age, whether you were on his side politically or not. And much like today, and even much like how we believe about Columbus today, a lot of what we believe to be true, just like they did back then, was dependent upon whether it was told to you by a politician that agreed with your values, and that was basically the end of it. And so in that case, in the virtues ascribed to him, they're appropriately indicative of Western civilization. Those of exploration, of humility, of a man who picked himself up from his bootstraps, self-taught, went to go about and make a new and brighter future. Or, for the themes of oppression, the complexities of interactions between various different cultures, both in the way their values and their status, their development. All those things are interwoven in the character of Columbus. While there's many differing views on him, I take the more positive one. I think that is the more historically accurate one. I view the alternative one really as historical revisionism to just to be more appropriate
Are you
to
finished ogling the grotesque?
the modern day.
I suppose I should be grateful you didn't simply attack me.
Back to this guy in a moment. But ultimately, either way, I view Western civilization, his legacy, as something that is ultimately good for all of its flaws and its sorrows and its missteps. His legacy lives on to this day as something ultimately worth celebrating. More good of it has come than bad. And so I recognize Columbus Day as one of the most important days in our calendar. Either way, I hope that you've been enjoying it. Now, you, sir.
I am one of the afflicted. I'd have been dead from this plague a year ago if not for Perryite's protection. Returning to High Rock, Our shepherd lost his way, and I fear Periite's wrath may consume those who remain with him. Kesh could tell you more. I just want out of Skyrim as quickly as possible.
Interesting. Well, it sounds like there's a plague about, and, speaking of moral complexity, there is, situation brewing in regards to them as to how to best deal with those that are infected. And also how people naturally react, whether they
Across the White
look
River,
with compassion, with fear, or with
in the south.
concern, prudence, or a mix of any such emotions, principles, etc. So Delphine, I really just want nothing to do with you, so I'm gonna go. Oh, we already got rid of that. Dang it, we cleared that one. This one isn't cleared. You continue on along, Delphine. I desire to see what this thing's all about. I think in all my time playing Skyrim, I've ever explored this location. And it's all because of Delphine. I get this opportunity today. Oh, how good things can come of bad things. A wondrous world indeed. That is a sad state of affairs for that house. It appears to have fallen out some time ago. It doesn't look like there's much left there. And left to wonder, this outpost is this an abandoned prison? 3 layers today is correct, yes. Good eye. See how abandoned this abandoned prison really is. The loot can never hurt. Like so. Very nice. Much valuable, much wow. Iron battle axe. Less wow. One thing we don't know is how long abandoned this place is. An Imperial shield, that's epic. I just like the... what a appearance. Aesthetically very pleasing. Even though it doesn't even... well, I guess it kind of makes sense depending on... yeah, depends on the human. How well it's shaped. I'd actually say it is quite accurate. Most people, you know, broaden out near the shoulders, especially soldiers. Broader upper bodies, thinner lower bodies. Read this note and then I will read that chat. We can't let the prisoners out, so either kill them or let them drown. Either way, all guards must evacuate as soon as possible. The storm is about to wash this whole fort into the river, and I'll be damned if I have to report one Legion death while under my watch. You have your orders. Well, it appears that this whole fort was indeed washed into the river. That's one heck of a storm. Given the fact that it's down here in quite some time ago. That being said, and they also seem to have left in rather a hurry. I don't know why else they would have left a shield there. We wonder what came to the prisoners. They're left in their cells. Fine clothes are a nice thing to sell. They left, and if they were left, who may remain vigilant? It would be nice if, you know, Uthgar had stuck around. Very good thing I don't pay or anything. I could really use someone to watch my back right now. Scooping up the loot for now. Really, Uthgar? I am so gonna get prison shanked. Oh, there are dead guards. There was definitely a prison break. Okay. Though, this answers to the question that they thought they left early. They just... It was a prison break and many died. So, hopefully there's no prisoners still around. A ghost? He's not immediately aggressive. He was laying down to sleep. Now he's standing up. He's come fight me. Really? What was that about only a fool tries to kill the dead? You know, your buddy just said the same thing. It didn't come very far, my friend. Why? You know? Goals. Those of you trying to be on the carnivore diet. This man was so attached to his beef that even as a ghost, it was the first thing in his inventory. This is a plan for the prisoners here. The storm is coming, I can tell. The water leaking in has become stronger. There's no better time than now. When the storm hits, the guards will be scrambling to figure out what to do with us. Amidst the confusion, we need to overpower the few that will be standing guard outside our cells, and hold off the cell block entrance. We need only hold off until I can get one of their swords and break open the drainage grate in the corner of my cell. That's where we'll make our escape. Everyone move downriver and we'll try to find shelter there until the storm passes. That was their plan, and if it made it out here, either a guard confiscated it, or they were successful at least in making it this far, which is where they said they would. Someone was certainly held off. This guy. Alright, hold on. Pause this mystery for a second. I still remember what you gave to me as a graduation gift at my party last year. I am glad that you do, and I hope that you still enjoy it. These ghosts, they all looked like prisoners, so clearly some did not make it out. Hey, and this man, not quite on the carnivore diet. Instead died with a nail in his hands. Picture of a good Nord and a bad Nord there. I like case both Nords. So it seems that they were successful in getting that open. So not everyone died, but a lot of them did die in their cells. So it's a question of how did they... Were they shot? You know. Did the guards stab them in their cells? And perhaps they started revolting when the guards came in to kill them. Guards were able to take out a few. But why was that one killed over there? Maybe he didn't want to leave? Left to drown? Otherwise I'd be skeptical of prisoner's ability to, the fact that the guards would try to open up 2 cells at once. It doesn't make sense. They take it a little bit slower than that for safety's sake. At least they should have. Perhaps they were rushed. Prisoner not make it out in the escape, and it was fairly sensible. Not have been present when the rest of them broke out. You are a little bit beefier as a ghost scout. Yeah, the guys kind of just they did not put up a big fight. What am I saying? These ghosts have me flustered. I'm not trying to hide, my friend. Is this like a club I haven't heard of? Oh my goodness gracious! I think he could attack that fast. I guess, you don't have to worry about stamina when you're dead. Dang it. And where's Uthgerd? And come in and out, so she comes with me this time. Uthgerd! Are you okay? I know how to get here. Maybe she comes in from like another entrance or something. That does happen from time to time. The follower will enter the same place as you, but if they're technically closer to the exit gate, they'll come in the exit gate instead of the entrance. She'll just be on the totally opposite side of the dungeon. Well, we know what's worth looting here and what's not, and we don't have to read everything. Please. Oh, the loot's not as good this time. Oh, never mind. I'm dumb. My bad. That was disappointing. Not expecting to get skewered by undead version of a lightsaber. We'll take that. For cannon. Yay, a shield. I like this. Oh, are they actually as good as the other ones? Banded? No, they're not. Well, I can save it for, no, being one of the boys when we get to the Civil War quest line, if that's what we decide to go with. Yeast? I don't know why I can say that word. I'm still trying to build up my leather set, so I have a pair of stealth armor. All that stuff, picked up the fine stuff, so we'd have go to sell it. None of these guys go down like chumps. Apparently not with his eye senses. Well, my arrow definitely blinked down right in front of his face. Guy's gonna come back at some point. Do all this looting anymore. Kind of at a point in the game where it's not that important to pick up all these extraneous bits of gold. Where did your friend go? My man's still on the carnivore diet. Worries. We know from prisoners in the past. Do you feel it now, Mr. Krabs? You did. Theoretically. Suppose when it comes to ghosts, you can't really... Sure, the same vocabulary applies. Behind this door. So, about this guy, we know a little bit on the beefier side, so let's try and sneak up on him. We'll sneak up on him with orcish arrows to A little better damage. My friend. Hello? Here he comes. He apparently can't see me. Anyone in chat who's like below please no. Like somewhere but in the lower 5-foot area, in the 4-foot area. Does it in fact make you invisible? In your perception? Look, man, I just want to get my inventory, okay? Can we talk about this later? Okay. Buddy. And miss. I'm going to use the rest of my stamina on blocks. Gonna dodge and weave, let my stamina regen. Could switch, but I'm too lazy. Goodbye. Was one heck of a prisoner. Well, glad that he is no longer with us. He certainly suffered the death penalty. More senses than one normally does. Hola. ¿Cómo está? Muy malo. Am I encumbered? No, I hit caps lock. Oh, I am encumbered. My bad. And I hit caps lock. Ah. We'll have to get rid of. Actually, not worth picking up. One for aesthetic purposes. And my ever-present 5 times the weight value rule for taking anything with me. Oh, it had ask instead of putting perhaps a skill. Lovely valuables there. Alrighty then. Well, I think that's everybody, at least in this portion of the prison. To see about those who made it through this grate they attempted to escape through. As prison escapes go, like, looks like they took down 3 guards, and there are at least 5, now 6 prisoners dead. I mean, I suppose it could have gone worse. So, getting to expect that, yeah, things did not go quite as planned once they got down here. How did they die once they got here? Did some of the guards follow them down, perhaps? Maybe this didn't make it out in time? If they didn't, and this truly fell into the sea... Oh, well, it's a different location. One's wielding an imperial sword, so perhaps one was a guard who met them at the other side. That could be it. Oh, there you are! How nice of you to finally arrive, Uthgerd. I got skewered by a ectoplasm blade. Maybe that's what lightsabers are made of. Spectre she is. No, any reason to stop. Not really in any need of wood. This moment in time. Or goat meat. Tempting as it is. Smash small things with a warhammer. Sort of spider cove out there. Odd to see them go out in the open. That's a saber cat. Good kitty. Please stay sitting there. I don't know if I want to fight you. So I'm just gonna... I'm going over that way. And, I have legs. Call it cowardice as much as pragmatism. You don't get a lot out of fighting saber cats. They can certainly make you suffer. Now, crab meat, I'll take any day. Give me more! Cheaper than red lobster. Crab meat is, like, the best, in my opinion. Is that a bear? I'm not terribly afraid to face this opponent just because unlike the saber cat, that I have an interest in figuring this out, given that it looks like he may have attacked someone's home. What? 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 Wizardry is that? Okay. Uthgerd, please be more useful than you are. I don't even know where you are, Uthgerd. Look at him standing on his hind legs. He's putting that much effort into this. And you're like not even here. He's faster than I am, Uthgerd. Help! Help me, please. I don't want to die like this. The irony of a Nord dying to a bear. Alright. The Dragonborn has prevailed! I write many songs of this day. Who's gonna say didn't kill that guy all myself? Or, I should say, more valiantly than I did. Like, Uthgerd was there to see it. Gotta remember to use, that funny shouting thing I happen to have. Oh no, my friend! A local fisherman, become one with nature. That's somewhat the intent of going out fishing, but I don't think they envision it exactly in this way. It is pretty rich for a humble fisherman. He had a treasure map. He had a fine hat too. Aw, this is no ordinary fisherman. This is a man with a hobby. This is sad. Well, I will be sure to make good use of his treasure map in honor of him. Canonically, I'd probably want to leave that for his family, but we are going to make an Imperial acquisition here for the sake of the world, I am the Dragonborn after all, and I have needs. I'm going to beat the dragons. Tell you what, I don't know where that is. Seems like it's maybe around here. So we'll leave that to them, you know? The coins. I guess we'll also leave that to them. Honestly, don't know what all I took from here. But leave everything else to the family. In the meantime, let's fish, because I said I was going to do that earlier. Well, dang it. She's waiting for us to catch dragons, and we will find some time to fish someday. Too real. Big cluster. Perfectly innocuous. Iron ore vein. Meat. Coming up soon upon Kynes Grove. My desire to smash small things with a warhammer has been satisfied. And there is Kynes Grove, so it looks like we're about to go smash a big thing with a hammer. Lord Smash. Trademark that. It's a good band name right there.
Wait, something's wrong.
You're telling me.
No,
You think we should
don't
just
wanna
like
go up there.
go up there?
It's attacking.
Where is this dragon?
The town and landed on the old
See
dragon
ya.
burial mound. I don't know
I
what it's doing up
can
there,
tell.
but I'm not waiting around to find
With
out.
good, please.
Come on, hurry.
Manners.
Might be too late.
I'm coming. I'm not the one who stopped to talk to the lady. There's Alduin, Eater of Worlds. Sure am glad.
Come on.
Gonna go face him,
Lorcan's eyes.
given that I have like half a shout.
Keep your head down. Let's see what it does.
Yeah, that's a better plan. Reconnaissance. My game tells me you can definitely see me. I'm just gonna keep my head down about as much as she is, which is not at all. What? What have you done, Alduin? You're a dragon. Was it necessary to strip this man? What? The Stormcloak soldier's just totally stripped naked here. I will use his arrows in his honor. He has his clothes on him. The dragon just took them off. He got blown off. Very well. Let's get a scroll out. Ask the second he pops up. We don't have anything that epic. We can come and summon a storm Atronach, but we already have so many people fighting this guy. I'm not too worried about him cooking us. Just start with arrows. Can't go wrong with that. Definitely can't see us, Delphine.
Steady. Let's watch and wait. This is worse than I thought.
Is it? How else do you think they are rising? Gesundheit. He clearly sees me. I don't speak dragon.
No
Oh.
tongue, do you? Such arrogance to dare take for yourself the name of Dovar. Salukanir, Kridar, Ju.
Hey, I haven't been killed once yet.
Hold
At
on.
least not canonically. You little schnitzel. Come back here. Ow! Now you come down. Hear your voice and despair.
Hear my voice and despair.
That's not that cool, dude. Like it's neat. Owie! I'm a little bit more worried about your teeth. You have bad breath. Not gonna bother elaborating on which one because it's a little bit of both.
Will not save
Ah, that's not the shot I wanted to have equipped. My bad. But his favorite did at least. Just favor that one too. Here, Delphine, she's gonna destroy you. You'll at least do damage to your morale. Sure. Now, do with Gerd. I'm working on it. Women, am I right? Can I help you? You gonna come down and face me like a man? What are we gonna do about you, dragon? Put a shout. There we go. Good to use those when they're shouting. Breaks their cooldown. We're gonna have like a sing-off? This High School Musical? There we go. Note to self. Real fight is bashing a warhammer through your opponent's skull.
Wait, something's happening. God's above.
I'm glad he got a real fight. Oh! The Stormcloak has been reclothed. His ghost put his clothes back on. Oh no. A different one. I'm gonna take this stuff off. I should have taken off the other guy. My bad. But, I might need that later too.
It's true.
Get away with crimes.
You really are Dragonborn.
Yes, let's talk about that instead of what I just did.
I'm
Before
still here.
I talk to you, I'm gonna talk to you
What do you need to
because
take?
I am encumbered. Take these and these and these. And this and this. And that. Good for stealth. Okay, I'm still oh. The bones, right. There we go.
Lead on then. I owe you some answers, don't I? Go ahead. Whatever you want to know. Nothing held back.
Okay then. I will check momentarily, PP. Finish up this conversation with Delphine. First thing, Want to explain a little bit more about who you
I'm
are
one
and
of
what
the
you want
last
with me?
members of the Blades. A very long time ago, the Blades were dragon slayers, and we served the Dragonborn, the greatest dragon slayer. For the last 200 years since the last Dragonborn Emperor, the Blades have been searching for a purpose. Now that dragons are coming back, our purpose is clear again. We need to stop them.
Asante.
Not
What do you know about the
clear.
dragons coming back?
I was just as surprised as you to find that big black dragon here.
Seen him before, the one who got away.
Really? Where?
The one that attacked Helgen when Ulfric escaped from the Imperials.
Interesting. Same dragon. Damn it, we're blundering around in the dark here. We need to figure out who's behind it all.
My guess would probably be the dragons. They might have something to do with dragon stuff. But I guess you're the blade. Supposed to impress me. What's our next
The
move?
first thing we need to do is figure out who's behind the dragons. The Thalmor are our best lead. If they aren't involved, they'll know who is.
What makes you think that Thalmor are bringing the dragons back?
Nothing solid, yet. But my gut tells me it can't be anybody else. The Empire had captured Ulfric. The war was basically over. Then a dragon attacks, Ulfric escapes, and the war is back on. And now the dragons are attacking everywhere, indiscriminately. Skyrim is weakened. The Empire is weakened. Who else gains from that but the Thalmor?
We'll see whether or not she's totally wrong. But when it comes to intuition, it's best to keep certain things not necessarily totally in check, but be mindful of the fact that you may just not like the Thalmor because of what they did to the Blades. Which to be and to the Empire in general. Which to be fair, we only know so much about at this point. I have an option to ask her to remind us who the Thalmor are. I'll just explain them in a moment. My character will probably know. Oh, we'll let her do it. Do the
The
talking.
faction that rules the Aldmeri Dominion. The ones who almost destroyed the Empire during the Great War 30 years back. There's no worse enemy to humankind in Tamriel. The Empire barely survived the last war. The Thalmor don't intend to lose the next one.
It's interesting to think of the Dragonborn as being. I suppose that never clicked for me before. Is he very possible he wasn't alive during the last war, or if he was still very young. I have an opportunity to ask her why the Thalmor are after her, but as far as I know, they aren't. So we're just gonna ask her
The
ideas.
faction that rules the Aldmeri Dominion.
No, that's not.
There's no
what I meant
worse
to ask.
enemy to humankind in Tamriel. The faction that rules.
I-
There's no worse enemy to humankind
Skyrim.
in Tamriel.
Please be nice.
The faction. There's
Cheer.
no worse enemy to humankind.
If you're watching this, you know that's not just me. I hope.
The Empire barely survived the last war.
Yeah.
Thalmor
Yeah.
don't
Really?
intend to lose.
Wow. Crazy. Okay.
Nothing solid yet.
Stop
The Empire had
doing that.
The war was basically over.
Skyrim!
Then a dragon attacks, Ulfric escapes, and the war is back on. And now the dragons are attacking everywhere, indiscriminately. Who else gains from that but the Thalmor?
It's very nice. Now give me the one I'm clicking
We
on.
could get into the Thalmor embassy.
Oh, thank God.
It's the center of their operations in Skyrim. Problem is that place is locked up tighter than a miser's purse. They could teach me a few things about paranoia.
Oh, at least she has some, self-perception.
I'm not
How
sure.
did we get in?
I have a few ideas, but I'll need some time to pull things together. Meet me back in Riverwood. If I'm not back when you get there, wait for me. I shouldn't be long. Keep an eye on the sky. This is only going to get worse.
Okay, Gandalf. I mean, Delphine. Let's be real. She's not anywhere near as cool as Gandalf. Gandalf? Gandalf? Grand Elf? Oh, you know. Any other bodies around here we can loot? I mean, give honors to? Hosting. Or there being more when I've been here before. Right now, apparently, there's only 2. So that's a good thing. There goes Delphine. Running off the wild. Instead of using the road. Okay. Well, who wants to go fishing? Not like the dragon really has anything else to do right now. Other than meet her there. There's plenty of other interesting things for him to do. But most things on his to-do list would be a little bit too long-winded for us to get done before we were expected to meet her in Riverwood. And, you know, given that Alduin is fairly methodically and predictably going about Skyrim raising dragons, it is now somewhat constituting a urgent matter, I would say. Never have dropped the fishing pole. I want to fish and now I don't have a pole. Bad. Well, let's go up the Whiterun and take the carriage back to Riverwood, I guess. Ooh. So, an extension on the question for the day, which we'll come back to later, based off our earlier experience with kind of relating to fishing, reminded me of, we were talking about crab meat, killed some crabs. What is chat opinions on what is the supreme
I can take you to any of the
in
old capitals.
seafood?
Where
A
do you want
Harrier
to go?
carriage. Actually, I don't realistically need to do that because I can just fast travel to Whiterun. We'll say we took the carriage. So, hold on. The Red Eagle Sword? Anyone? For that? Travel with Soul's Time is an option. There's something we're interested in right now. Get a quest marker for the Red Eagle Sword. Delphine Riverwood. I'm gonna be very thorough because I know we have all been there when it comes to watching people play these games. Screaming at our television because we know they missed it by just an inch. Oh, I just don't see it. Wait. Oh, return the horn. Forgot about that. We should probably do that now that I think about it. Travel there on our, you know, so we're already over in this part of the world. Now, proper question of the day, because I was offered Subway today. What is the S tier in lunch meat? In the chat, let us know your opinions. Question remains open for the entire stream. If you're watching this on YouTube, in the comments below. And then, additionally, why don't you hit the subscribe button if you're Team Seafood, a like button for Team Lunch Meat.
You've retrieved the horn of Jörgen Winkel. Well
That
done.
I have.
You have now passed all the trials. Come with me. It is time for us to recognize you formally as Dragonborn.
Okay. Not really any questions there. Seems a
You
little
are
bit
ready to learn the final
sudden.
word of unrelenting force. Da, which means push.
Da means push, apparently.
With
Good
all
to
three
know.
words together, this shout is much more powerful.
Thank you, sir. Not nice. Toasty orange wind there. That makes me powerful. That's how that works.
Dragonborn, we would speak to you. Stand between
Are we
us,
not already
prepare yourself.
talking?
Few can withstand the unbridled voice of the Greybeards, but you are ready.
Do you think maybe we should get Uthgerd out of here? Oh.
Dovahkiin, you
Neat.
tasted the voice of the Greybeards and passed through unscathed. High Hrothgar is open to you.
So Uthgerd, I guess that means you're Dragonborn too, because she also passed that test. But anywho, I guess maybe we should ask them what they think about this whole thing with Delphine. Before I do that though, I got a few chat questions to answer. Thank you very much for being here, chat. We love and appreciate you. I will let you know in regards to that. Regarding your question about choosing both. Come on. There we go. Can you choose both? I mean, yes, you can like and subscribe. That was very loud. I like that. In my car in the morning.
Sky, guard you.
How about you elaborate a little bit first on what just went on?
We spoke the traditional words of greeting to a Dragonborn who has accepted.
Uthgerd really wants to be involved right now.
The same words were used to greet the young Talos when he came to High Hrothgar, before he became the Emperor Tiber Septim.
What did you actually say is more what I'm getting at.
I sometimes forget you are not versed in the dragon tongue as we are.
Weird thing to
This is a
forget, but
rough
okay.
translation. Long has the storm crown languished, with no worthy brow to sit upon. By our breath we bestow it now to you, in the name of Kine, in the name of Shor, and in the name of Atmora of old. You are Ysmir now, the dragon of the north. Hearken to it.
Okay. I grasped about 50% of that. So Shore is Lorcan, who we were talking about earlier. You can go back and watch a previous episode. If you missed the lore on that, you can also, plenty of places you can find it online. Ysmir, I forget what that means exactly. But, I mean, he kind of said it. But with the significance, I feel like there's more significance to it than that. But, generally, made sense. Stormcrown is another reference. I'm not exactly sure. I or the Dragonborn would know. Where the shouts in the dragon language, that's fairly intuitive. a lot of these are fairly intuitive or things we've already talked to him about. Why are the dragons returning? Does it have something to do with me? That's really what we're looking for, right?
No doubt, the appearance of a dragonborn of this time is not an accident. Your destiny is surely bound
Oh,
up
we've already
with
asked
the
him this
return
before,
of
too.
the dragons.
We got
should
nothing to
focus
say
on honing your voice, and
about
soon
Delphine.
your path will be made clear.
Well, I guess we just go with it. Yeah, nothing else to say to
Eye
us.
above, voice within.
EB is 60% base today. Very good. Why don't we get a check on Aron gear? See how based he is. That is more than welcome to do that, and it'd be exclamation point based. And then you don't have to just type the name of someone who's in chat, or even me. You can really type anything there. So do an exclamation point based check on Aron gear. I'll do one on Delphine too. I'll take care of it in a minute. Important information to know for making these decisions we have coming up. Supposed to meet Delphine here. Are you walking towards me, sir? Yes. Should I be concerned? I was just kind of standing around.
You
So at least I'm not alone.
The Dawn Guard is looking for anyone willing to fight against the growing vampire menace. What do you say?
Well, if you've been watching this, you know that I'm already on my toes about that.
Dog.
What's the Dawn Guard, though?
We're vampire hunters. We search out and destroy those blood-sucking scum wherever we find them.
I will join you, though I would say your opinion should be a little more tempered. They are still
He's
people.
going to like you.
A lot more complex
Go
than
talk
that.
to him at Fort Dawn Guard, southeast of Riften. He'll decide if you're Dawn Guard material.
Have you heard? There's been another dragon attack. Kynesgrove this time.
I have, in fact, heard about that one, yes. So what do we think? Is Delphine here? Oh, she's not there. I can tell you that much. I'm the traitor. Let's,
I don't think you were followed. Come on, I have a plan.
Well, word has certainly followed us. Unless you're going around telling people about Kynesgrove. Not all suspicious what we're doing in here. One man and two women walk into a room and close the door, and
I figured out.
there's a
how
bunch
to
of
work
leather
it.
involved. This is a little bit sus if you ask me. You're not coming to the Thalmor Embassy? Hold on. Take a step back here.
That would be a bad idea. I'd be too likely to attract the wrong kind of attention.
As if you aren't
I
already.
don't know you at all yet.
You know, I was there when Helgen got attacked, but
The Thalmor ambassador,
Those?
Elenwen, regularly throws parties where the rich and connected cozy up to the Thalmor. I can get you into one of those parties. Once you're inside the embassy, you can get away and find Elenwen's secret files. I have a contact inside the embassy. He's not up for this kind of high-risk mission, but he can help you. His name is Malborn. Wood Elf. Plenty of reason to hate the Thalmor. You can trust him. I'll get word for him to meet you in Solitude at the Winking Skeever. You know it? While
No
you're doing
idea.
that, I'll work on getting you an invitation
okay.
to Elenwen's little party. Meet me at the Solitude stables after you've arranged things with Malborn. Any questions?
funny, but I'm not convinced you'll answer them for me. But let's start with who's this contact of yours? You're sure? She already kind of explained that. I thought if she thought anything else was pertinent, she may have already elaborated. Not really interested in hearing her talk that much. How am I gonna get into this party?
Let me handle that. You'll have a real invitation, don't worry. As long as you can act the part of a Thalmor toady, you'll get past the guards.
Okay. Basically a Thalmor groupie. Once
That's
I'm
when the
inside,
party
then what?
starts. You'll have to slip away from the
I
party
think that's what
without
toady
raising an
means.
alarm. Then you'll need to find Elenwen's office and search her files. Malborn should be able to point you in the right direction.
I'll find some coin for you. I always do.
Until then, I've no wail for you.
going on upstairs. Don't really know what. Someone can't pay their tab. Serious business.
Sounds good. Be careful.
No, it doesn't sound good. But to be fair, I was telling her that I'll meet her in solitude. It also doesn't sound good now that I think about it, given that I'm, you know, meeting with Delphine and all. But, nonetheless, I guess it's okay. Am I free to just, like, loot your place? I am. Very nice. I know I am at some point. Because it's this early. So, when I go in, I have to close the door. But when she goes out and just leaves her wardrobe wide open, not a problem. Whatever.
We got rooms and food. Drink, too. I cook. Ain't much else to tell.
Well, thanks, I guess. Wasn't really solicited, but very well. I wonder if now that we've met the Dawnguard guy, we're gonna get random vampire encounters. Say for something a little bit more involved, let's say, than randomly getting jumped by wolves. Before we go anywhere, though, we have some things to sell. I'll just start with Bellathor. Hopefully, a little bit early in the morning. It's 5:57, so maybe we should give it a second. Let's head up to the shrine, make sure we cure all our diseases.
I ain't done nothing.
Heard they're reforming the Dawnguard. Vampire hunters or something in the old fort near Riften. Might consider joining up myself.
Isn't it odd how we all hear the same things all the time?
Be a lot warmer and a lot happier with a belly full of
Very connected, you know, part of the world. Small town vibes, you know? Go with that.
Be glad you're here in the city and not out in Riverwood.
Alright, let's wait up a couple hours, and while we do that, I will get a base check on Aaron gear.
These poor sods don't even have a wall.
I was just there, so... Can't confirm they don't have a wall.
What are you looking at? I'm not afraid of you.
Isolde, was it?
Even if you are my
What
elder.
brings you to the market?
I'm here to buy food, Nazim. I
Oh,
suppose you don't
Azim's
need to worry.
talking.
Owning a farm does have its advantages.
Okay, not anything interesting for us. Not that he usually has anything interesting to say, but, aggravating is more like it. So, our gear is 21% based according to our chat system. So, that might be why he had no answers for us. What have you got for sale? Please stop talking to me and just do what I ask you. Be real. Sometimes not real enough. Well, let's start by selling our misc because we can sell a lot of stuff to the other vendors here when it comes to weapons, armor, so on and so forth. I'll do a lot of that stuff. We got some spell tomes to sell, things we already used ourselves. Look at apparel. I should have been putting that on. Oh well. Money is not that important. We'll probably put it on as we walk down to the next store. Sell that guy. These three. Do an extra one of those. He doesn't have enough money for us though. Buy a cure disease potion in case we're out in the wilderness. Disease and don't have one. We'll also buy some stamina potions. Sell this guy. What else are we carrying that we can sell? One of those. Alright. We've crocheted out everything else of ours worth selling. In the meantime, put that on.
I'm still here. What do you need to take?
Everything we're selling, essentially. Key to your home, perhaps? Your offering? That's hers. I guess, nothing. Very good.
Lead on, then.
You can, just dump a few things in our house and we're good to go.
Boys, girls, dogs, elders. There's nobody I won't find.
An interesting boast from a child. I mean, that's how it goes when you're an orphan, I suppose, assuming she is one of those. Desperately in need of proving to yourself that you're capable. Very understandable in that situation.
Let's get going.
Okay. I'm gonna
What do you
trace
need
some
to
things
take?
for you. Are you aware, Uthgerd, that your armor bends in real time to adjust your well, you know. Anyways, might want to get that looked at. Just a thought. What? I'm still uncovered? Oh, forgot to put away the dragon bones. Yeah, not necessarily something you want your armor doing. Sold a bunch of stuff. How do I have weight on me, allegedly? That. Oh, I meant to leave that with her. Oh well. I can't take her with me where I'm going, I don't think. It doesn't really matter. Now we could ride all the way to Solitude. Or we could just fast travel and get right into the action. And I'm feeling more fast travel today. And we just kind of had a little bit of tedium there.
Gotta keep my eyes open. Damn dragons could swoop down at any time.
If you manage to not notice a dragon, even with your eyes closed, I would be impressed. Honestly, a little bit sus that he calls himself a guard and thinks he could miss a dragon reasonably. That is impressive.
Take you to any of the hold.
How
Where do you want to go?
capable some people could be at
Climb and back, and we'll be off.
being non-observant.
First time to Solitude? Beautiful old city, capital of Skyrim, but I'm sure you already.
Alright. As we go on, I'd like to take this opportunity to say thank you very much to everyone who's watching right now, whether it be live on Twitch and YouTube, and post on YouTube. I very much appreciate you being here. I hope that you're enjoying the content, and that you will consider giving us a follow or subscription for free, so you can come back and see when we are producing more great content. We have two YouTube channels, one for edited clips, as well as various types of extras. One where the VODs are all posted and kept, even after they go down on Twitch. And then we have our Twitch, as well as X and Instagram accounts.
Go home and stay there until your mother comes.
What's going on here, huh?
You betrayed us!
You should tell her that her uncle is son that betrayed his high king. Best she know now, Advar.
You're all heart, Vivian.
Rogver, you helped Ulfric Stormcloak escape the city after he murdered High King Torrig. By opening that gate for Ulfric, you betrayed the people of Solitude. He doesn't deserve to speak!
There was no murder. Ulfric challenged Thorig. He beat the High King in fair combat. Such is our way. Such is the ancient custom of Skyrim and all Nords. On this day, I go to Sovngarde.
Not much we can do for the man. That's that, I suppose. Maybe ask your messages, I will check those later. Guess that is over. We got some yawns, some bewildered stares. But
Gate guard you were.
those who appreciate the complexity of the situation seem
Good riddance to bad rubbish, I say.
happy with the outcome. Not really much to do there. It raises some interesting questions to talk about at some point. The not only the ethics of execution, the death penalty, also the merits of public execution, and then lastly, whether it really counts as a fair fight if a shot was involved.
Seems there's always more to be done.
Now's a good
Hello,
time.
I'm Gisley, but you can just call me Erica's sister. Everyone
Over
does.
here, but probably best to leave those for right before.
Good week,
break.
my boy. Loud customers mean good cheer. Good cheer means a full.
Oh, let's take a seat.
Retire and leave you to run the skeever, son.
Oh,
I don't know, Father. There's a whole world out there I want to see.
here to meet some guy named Malborn.
Even said I'm almost as smart as you.
I think it's quiet down a little bit, and we'll start looking around to find him.
Running a bar's no job for a young lady.
What about onto
What do we think, chat? Is it a fair fight if you use a shout and the other person, you have an ability the other person doesn't have
That's it. I'm
when it comes to combat?
End of discussion.
Is the shout a combat ability, or is it not
Welcome to the
permissible
center of the world.
skill issue?
Or at least
Or is it a skill issue?
Erica's world.
Well, meantime, we seem to have found Melbourne.
What do you need?
Malborn, I mean. Sorry.
Yes.
For our Aussie friends.
Really?
Our mutual friend sent me.
You're who she picked? I hope she knows what she's doing.
I already
Here's
don't
the
like
deal.
you.
I
Wow.
can smuggle some equipment into the embassy for you.
Classic elf.
Don't plan on bringing anything else in with you. The Thalmor takes security very seriously. Give me what you can't live without, and I'll make sure to get it into the embassy. The rest is up to you.
Okay. I guess it's about time to go. So let's throw in what we need.
Okay. I'll get
Which
this inside the embassy for you. I've got to go. I'll find you at the party. Don't worry.
our arrows. Want those. Really no limit to what we can give them. Says take only what you need, but honestly give them whatever. I have gone in here before and forgotten to bring arrows, so more than I remember that this time. Sure, take that. All of our armor. We're basically just naked here right now. And need a lot of these potions. Not all of them though. Filter the Phantom might come in. Health and our Magicka potions. Really can take a lot, can he? That's what I'm talking about. Oh, the one. Generation. There's bunches that give him everything. As long as you're allowed to give him everything, you may as well. I don't get what they're going for, but this is what encumbrance limits are meant for, really. Anything else in here I'm realistically going to use? Maybe not. Magical poison and paralysis poison. Those could certainly both be useful against the Thalmor. No, you dumb! Oh! Malborn. Malborn. Did I look down to you? I didn't hand him a single weapon. Oh, Skyrim. How I hate thee. Times. Look, I'm not.
Your job is.
Shh. Talk to me. I don't like you. I am very displeased to have to do all of that again. Do it live. Pretty annoying quality of Skyrim, but the mouse just doesn't work.
Really?
You can just call me Erica's
You're who she
sister.
picked?
Everyone does.
I hope she knows what she's doing. Here's the deal. Don't plan on... Give me what you can't live without, and I'll make sure to get it into the embassy. The rest is up to you. Okay.
Here's the thing I want to bring. Oh, I had given him my weapons.
Find you at the party. Don't worry.
Oh well. Everyone's gonna be like taken aback by me stripping myself entirely naked. Oh, this bar here. Hopefully Delphine has some extra clothes for me. I would say canonically is probably not the approach the Dragonborn takes. Not be so rushed to not have time. A little bit of clothes to change into. Not even gonna. Nope, I'm not worried about it. Not even going to use the mouse because it will betray me. All of the. Gonna do that, but want to, sure. They have no compunction about my day. No. This is what I wanted that paralysis staff for. Way back when that I said we'd hold on to and bring. I forgot it. Forgot it. We actually don't want to bring these because they aren't cooked. Alright, and else. Lockpicks. Oh, this is something I forgot in the past too. Definitely want to bring these because there are things to lockpick when you get there.
I don't know, Father. There's a whole
Oh,
world
let me
out
go
there I want to see.
run around Solitude naked like a madman. So just commented on that. I've never been so free.
Skeever's not just the best inn in Solitude. It's also
Jumping around where a man was body still there, head fresh on the ground. Ladies and gentlemen, the world of Skyrim. Yippee! Now, I was watching a short on this the other day. I want to see something. Real. Should be like a chest over here. Over here. Look, there's a piece of grass. Where you're crouched. Oh, that's Uthgard. Standing on top of it, Uthgard. I would not put it past you. Well, one of these pieces of grass hides a dev chest. And it's full of basically every item in the game. I was wondering if maybe I could show that off and pick up some clothes for myself at the same time. But this would be like the first blade of grass you see when you turn to your right. Oh, it'd be difficult. Oh. I saw it. I saw it for a second there. Wazda, don't let me down now. Standard search pattern. Come on. Now that I've seen it, I can't give up. Don't mind the naked man grabbing at the dirt. Looking to pull infinity out of the ground. I definitely saw it. You can check the VOD. It was there. Please. I just saw it twice. Third time. We did it! Look at this. There's like everything that exists in the game, basically. Alphabetically. Maybe not. You don't know how they decide. Maybe it's everything that's in Solitude. I mean, there's one of these like outside every place in this, like where all those items are stored. But no, I still don't see. Ironically, the thing I'm looking for, which is clothes. With a set of robes, that is. But we can at least be a little less than naked. There we go. Have some robes. A little more decent. Well, there you go. 2 birds with 1 stone. You want to find that chest? Now you know where it is. Oh. Delphine should be here somewhere. Don't mind the man on the rooftops. Nothing to see here. I am like the knight. I am Batman. Oh.
The lady's already paid the fee. Leave when she gives the word.
You have no questions?
Have you given
Good
Malborn
man.
the gear you want to smuggle into the embassy?
He wouldn't give me an option to give him anything else if I wanted to. You know that.
I have your invitation to the party. But the only way you're going to get past the guards is if they really believe you're an invited guest. Which means you need to look the part and not be armed to the teeth.
Actually kind of epic.
Put this
Having
on.
her talk to me while I'm looking the other way.
I'll keep the rest of your gear safe until you get back. You'll only have what Malborn smuggled in for you, plus whatever you can pick up inside.
Very good. Alright, put the party clothes on.
The lady's already paid the fee. Leave when she gives the word.
Would you give the word, Delphine? Please? I want to get away from you. Apparently she won't, so I thought that'd be enough talking to her, but apparently not.
I guess that will have to do. You should pass for a real guest, at least until you open your mouth.
That's supposed to
Ready
mean.
to board the carriage to the embassy?
Yeah.
Don't worry, it will all be waiting for you when you get back. Just make sure you get back out of there alive with the information we need. Good luck.
Whatever, woman. Milady.
Ah, a fellow latecomer to Ellen's little soiree. And arriving by carriage, no less. I salute you, sir. My lateness is due more to
Walked
getting
here
lost on
in
the way up
this?
God's forsaken mountain than to any desire to actually arrive late. I prefer to arrive early, often the day before the party, so as not to miss out on any of the drinking. There's not enough
Hey then.
drinking in the world today, wouldn't you agree?
Please, you first.
Here to talk to him.
Welcome to the
will
Tholmor
just
Embassy.
Pray
Interesting
Your
fellow.
invitation, please.
Sure.
Of course not. Purely a formality.
Didn't mean to ask him
Now,
that.
I need to see your invitation.
Best to be as cooperative as possible.
Thank you, sir. Go right in.
For, you know,
Now then,
of
here's
course
my
that's
invitation.
good stuff.
I don't have a poison dagger strapped to my
Please proceed into the embassy. I'm just doing my...
At least they know how to act. Professional. Else really not conceited when attending.
Welcome. I don't believe we've met. I am Elenwen, the Thalmor ambassador to Skyrim. And you are?
Might be best to not give her my real name. Let's deflect. You're Elowen. I've heard so much about you.
Have you? All good, I trust. But you have me at a disadvantage. I'm afraid I know nothing about you. Please,
Depressing.
tell me more about yourself. What brings you to this... to Skyrim?
At least she doesn't know my name now.
It's just that we've run out of the Alto
They
wine.
won't know who I am if they...
Do I have your permission to uncork the...
Of
Running my
course.
way out.
I've told you before not to bother me with such trifles.
Am Alborn?
Yes, Madam Ambassador.
My
Alborn.
apologies. We'll have to get better acquainted later. Please, enjoy yourself.
A little bit of taken aback as to why that necessitated she leaves, but okay.
What can I get for you? You made it in. Good. As soon as you distract the guards, I'll open this door and we can get you on your way. Let's hope we both live through this day.
That'd be nice.
I look forward to the day when this rebellion is put down and we once again have peace.
Gotta figure a strategy out.
Better myself.
So,
And sometimes
perhaps it is
that's
best we
useful
look
as we're in
that we look like we're enjoying the party first.
Well, I did hear that Argonians
Save here, because
living inside the walls
this is a good opportunity
They're only
for us to
allowed
take a
on
break.
city docks now.
So,
Most of them
anyone who's new here might not know, but usually around the 2-hour mark, I take a 10-minute break, go to the bathroom, take care of other things, and give you all time to grab a bite to eat or do the same. And also, I kind of take this as an opportunity to have a few moments of discussion of kind of the deeper things that are brought up throughout the campaign as we go on, and get inside the mind of the Dragonborn for some perspective, and get people's takes on them, and kind of go back and forth on that too. So, we're gonna do that for about 10 minutes here, 5-10 minutes, more like 5. Then we'll go on our break. So, one, or kind of the 3 things we talked about solitude, I suppose. One, what do we think about who was in the right there? I think that's the most important thing. 2, how do we feel about executions? And then 3, how do we feel about public executions? I propose we wrap the last 2 into one and talk about that when we get back. And let's talk about Ulfric Stormcloak here first. And the first thing that might come to the Dragonborn's mind, given that, you know, Skyrim is kind of deeply troubled by that particular matter. That is not quite so pressing. Let's see what chat says first. What are y'all thoughts? Doesn't really got much to say right now as to whether it's I don't know, it's fine. We love our lurkers as much as we love our active participants. Now, for the kind watching this on YouTube, feel like you'd be interested in getting involved in these conversations, we'd love to have you live on the streams every Monday. But in the meantime, I guess it just leaves me to kind of think through this as I walk around. Have a drink.
It's time I hope you're enjoying yourself, sir. Here you go, sir. Colovian brandy.
Prosperity is good for everyone.
Until next time.
Have a drink. Is it a quest item? I can't pick. Is it a quest item? Chain?
I don't recall seeing you at one of these before, and I know everyone who's anyone in Skyrim.
Perhaps I'm new.
Please, help yourself to more wine.
See that disgusting drunk over there? A high-ranking official in the East Empire Company, believe it or not.
Truly.
Which one would that be?
I hope you're enjoying
Well,
yourself.
I did hear that the Argonians have been banned from living inside the walls of Windhelm. They're only allowed on the city docks now. Most of them sleep together in one building, and they're as poor as wretches.
Question regarding the ethics of Ulfric Stormcloak we'll get to later.
It's only a matter of
But
time
yes,
before
so
your whole rotten empire collapses of its own decay. No offense.
This guy. Okay. I like a forward man. Actually, not much to say on that, even though I do disagree with him. So yeah, is Ulfric justified in using the shout in a trial by combat? Well, I would say in a warrior culture, he actually kind of is, right? Because there is an intrinsic link between those types of cultures and a sense of providence. Kind of like blessed by the gods with warrior status. Often a deification.
It is not eyes that reveal another's true nature. It is the heart.
It's always, yeah, linked to some sort of lower level religion, something like paganism, some sort, but those cultures always usually develop some sort of spirituality, or spiritual, religious, something along those lines. And so the shouts clearly fall into that category by virtue of the Nords, and it is also something that does require skill, especially if you're gonna pick it up not being a Dragonborn. There is a skill component to that as well, so it's not like he's cheating. He brought something he worked to have into the fight with the king, and if the point of the trial is to discern who's mightier, and whoever's mightier shall lead Skyrim, clearly the one with the shout is mightier. He has an ability to best others by virtue of the sword. The other king doesn't. So as tragic as it is for the High King, it may very well be justified. The only question itself would be, within the Norse religion, is it considered like you being the chosen one, essentially, if you have the voice and you have a right to rule because of that, or does it go against the spirit of the right to rule? In which case you would make the be right to make the argument that it shouldn't be involved in that. Kind of the idea of it really just depends on what the criteria for the combat are. Game doesn't give us a lot of specifications on that. Based on how the Greybeards describe the voice, it actually wouldn't really be appropriate in that context. So it's not meant to be used specifically in that way. In which case, one could say that it would be inappropriate. And so actually, given that, I'd probably lean more towards that. And it seems like a lot of Nords do feel the same way. But it's a lot of obviously conflict there. And we can see that bleed over in other parts of the ideology. Stormcloaks are more pro-conquest, so on and so forth, and the Empire are. So it does check out, and in that case, I would say I would side with the previous King of Skyrim, especially since we'll learn at points in the campaign that he was actually fairly pro-Ulfric. Ulfric didn't need to challenge him. He just did it to make a point.
A high-ranking official in the East Empire Company, believe it or not.
So, if you're watching this at home, feel free to leave your thoughts in the comments below. We are going to go take a break, and then we'll come back and talk a little bit about the other discussion topic. So we're going to begin our 10-minute break now. We're at 1:52 on the clock, so when we come back, it'll be 2:02. So the time that will be on the actual clock, we will be back at 9:10 EST. So, thank you for being here. We very much appreciate you. Hope you're enjoying the stream, and look forward to seeing you soon. Back we are. And so is Igor. Forgot him earlier. Beginning the rewatching of The Mandalorian today, so Yoda's on my mind. Rewatching, so just finished rewatching Deep Space Nine, all 7 seasons of it. A wonderful Star Trek show. Need something else to watch. Just kind of keep a lot of things on rotation. Those are both shows in that retainer. Kind of things like that I just watch every day just to keep me going. I'll keep, put other stuff in with them. But those are pretty much my backbone. I talk about that for a little bit. I'll have that be an opportunity for anyone who's watching right now to get in an opinion on public executions. This is the discussion topic for right now. An interesting one, and certainly a very somewhat topical one in modern culture. Is a highly debated issue, especially nowadays. So, love to hear y'all's thoughts. But yeah, so there's like the shows that I watch. That's kind of like I said, like it's a backbone. Just have them going when I need noise on. Something to keep me going too in life, right? Like, you could view it either as like a constant snare drum going or constant melody. Either way, just the thing that keeps me interested and motivated in life. Kind of the stories that hit so deeply that can keep me motivated. But then I also mix in other things when to learn more about new franchises, new other ways of viewing the world, so on and so forth. The most recent one I watched is Deep Space Nine.
What can I get for you?
In my opinion, I wouldn't say it's the best Star Trek show of being Star Trek. Not the one that is like. There are 2 categories. There's the category of the best Star Trek and the best TV show. Which is the best, most representative of the kind of narratives that a Star Trek show is trying to tell, and which is the most most appealing to the human heart in general, has the most to offer. In the first case, I would say is Next Generation. In the latter, best TV overall, I would say Deep Space Nine. If you are interested in watching Star Trek and don't know how you like it, I will get your feet wet with either one. Deep Space Nine, if you're a little bit more skeptical, but think you're the kind of person to finish something out once you start it, right? Like if you're the kind of person who knows they'll go into the deep end after they've dipped their toes in the shallow end, go for Deep Space Nine. Be a kind of an easier ease into it. If you're the kind that just jumps straight into the deep end, that's you get acquainted with something new, go with Next Generation. Alrighty.
Hope you're enjoying yourself, sir.
Giving everyone, I think, enough time to kind of chat about in the comment section. Still, we're very small channel right now, so not really much being said there.
This is just the beginning of a long
I think at the moment.
beneficial
I keep running around here while we talk about it. Right, so trying to find somewhere where we can feel a little peace and quiet.
In the war, there's nobody to hunt down the bandits. Travel has become dangerous of late.
Why can't I hear you all the way from over here? I want to think.
I heard those mages up in Winterhold have been trying to figure out how many dragons there are in Skyrim. They seem to think it's at least a dozen. I'm sure they're exaggerating. They're probably trying to scare us into giving them more money and influence so they can save us from the dragons.
An interesting commentary on the college, because I would say they're definitely underrating it, if anything. It doesn't seem to me... I don't have the impression that the Skyrim archives are that limited when it comes to how many dragons there were. Like, when you talk about the history of the Dragon Wars, I feel like one can deduce that there's quite a lot of them. But okay. So it might be the opposite. They might be trying to undersell it to comfort people. But yeah, so as for the public execution that Dragonborn just witnessed, I think the answer is pretty easy for him, right? Like at this time, that's not out of the ordinary, very deeply accepted thing, as a part of a virtue that is sometimes nowadays more viewed as a necessary evil than a good in of itself, and that is justice, right? And I think that's kind of the crux of where my take on the issue comes, even though I arrive at the same conclusion as most from a different way. Most people, there is like a separate category who would view the death penalty as never applicable for reasons such as government corruption being a possibility, for an uncertainty about how much we can really know about a person. Who are we to judge? I would disagree with both of those arguments. First, on the basis of I think there's as much cause to be skeptical of people, just like a population in general, as there is to be of a government. I think those need to be equally balanced. The government is as much a check and balance on the people as the people are to be on the government. And then in the latter case, I live in a world where, yes, I acknowledge there's always going to be stuff you don't know about people. And there is a humility that is absolutely necessary in that. But at the same time, we live in, a world that is good. And a world that is good is based in connection. And a world that is based in connection requires knowledge. To be able to relate to another person, you need to be able to know them. And being a person with a deep faith in there being an ultimate victory at the end of life, or I should even say before our lives, that is being realized. I believe in a world where people are knowable, and I don't think it has to be that mystical either. I think that one can realistically get a fairly good judgment of people in life, at least enough for those sorts of things, and one can be confident when pursuing such. In the case of virtue, or in the cause of virtue, they can count on whether you believe it's virtue working itself out, viewing it as kind of like a practical manner. Virtue is the best because it's the best way for society to function. It's the most rational, most operable system. Or whether you believe it because it's derivative of the divine creator who makes all things work, or a combination of both, like I would. I would say virtue figures itself out if you are trying to judge justly. Things will generally work out, and when they don't, they'll still work out for the best. You do your best and let God take care of the rest. That all being said, though, I would come to it from a very different angle. I would come to fairly the same conclusion as a lot of modern thinkers do on the death penalty, where I would say it is just in the case of you don't know if the person is going to get out or not, if they're going to pose a danger to society. But then it's also should not be the go-to, and that's not the case. And that's where I do start to differ, though. These things start to become more clear as to what to do with them from there. So I don't, and why I view those things to be the case. Like, I don't view the death penalty as wrong because it's an affront to human dignity. And I don't believe that because we, at least as a Christian, we hear right in the beginning of Genesis that death is necessary for all who sin, and it is, by thinking, like, even those who don't suffer the death penalty for their sins will still die, and we know that they die as a result of their sins. But God clearly has a purpose in that. It's not necessarily more undignified for them to have their life taken by a man than it is to by just life itself, at least not inherently. But I think the rest really comes in from viewing justice as a good in and of itself as opposed to a necessary evil. I think throughout all cultures, through most of history, justice is lauded as a good, and that certainly includes Christianity. And the history there. And I think it's kind of a derivative of modern man just not knowing how to integrate justice into his own life, and to reconcile that with love, that makes him start to depreciate its value. But what we see in Christianity and even in many other philosophies is the necessity of a reconciliation between those two, right? Like, this is a death penalty. The cross I wear around my neck. It is suffering for the sake of justice. And it's a moment at which mercy and justice meet, where they kiss, as the Bible tells us. So, when it comes to someone suffering the necessary crime, or necessary penalty for killing someone, that's not a bad thing. It's not even something to be sad about. It's something to celebrate. When we talk about it as like a public execution specifically, we're talking about something that sends a message to the public that they are safe, that the good things happen to good people, bad things happen to bad people, and that's a good message. It's a message people need. You know, a lot of what happens in Christianity happens not simply because God loves us, but also by virtue of justice. As you know, God paid a penalty. It was a transaction that He paid, and we get that as justice for that, so on and so forth. So when it comes to you know, whether or not people ought to get what they deserve, I think that's an important thing to integrate. And funnily enough, as we learn more about rehabilitation, it turns out that the most effective form of rehabilitation is people paying back what they did wrong. And so, you know, you have another example of a moment where justice and mercy are satisfied at the exact same time. And so that's my solution, right? If someone commits a crime, it is their job to make up for it. If they took a life, it's their responsibility to provide for society as much as they can to make up for what society lost in that person, what that person would have brought to a society, and what they themselves would have brought if they had been living as a productive member, so on and so forth. And in the process of doing that, one can still be, you know, obviously giving counseling and various other things, prayer, to name another one. They can be given those things to grow and to get better. Mercy can be satisfied and needs to be as well. Justice itself will still be taken care of. And I think one of the things that society loses in not having that is the death penalty kind of just lets people off the hook, right? The person who this guy just saw get executed for letting Ulfric out the gate, there's no consolation for the damage he did. There's a whole war going on, and him dying is not going to make the war go away. Though for sure he couldn't fix it all himself, he could at least contribute more than just having his head roll. That's my piece on that. That's what I feel about it. I come to it from a very different way because I think it's a very important thing to remember that justice is a good in and of itself. And that's something that you tend to find more in fantasy. Going back to that orc we met earlier, also a sense of glory and honor as virtues in and of themselves. Things that's a response of a man to weave together with other virtues in their life, as opposed to, you know, struggle to put one on top of the other. That is really what, of all faiths, what makes the Christian faith, is a faith of reconciliation, and not just man to God, but a way for people to look at the world and say, how can God be a just God, and how can God be a merciful God at the same time? Just, you know, there's all this pain, and yet it's still good. Those are the things that it uniquely answers by weaving them together, as opposed to other faiths where one starts to take precedence more of the other. Kind of secularism that might give more deference to what one wants, as opposed to what is ultimately right and fair, or some other forms of secularism or forms of paganism. This, you know, goes in both ways, that are more focused on fairness and justice, almost to an extraordinary extent. That ends up, you know, you find in both cases that one is, when you go too far on either, they start to not become truly justice or truly mercy. And that's another way of arriving at monotheism. Alright, well, that's it for Deep Thoughts on the Dragonborn. All that being said about ethics and morality, let's get a man drunk, so we can assault the dignity of this woman. So the Dragonborn is looking for a way to get a distraction and get the guards distracted. So let's talk to our friend here, who looks like a troublemaker. Here, I brought you a drink.
One generous soul amongst a gathering of pinch pennies
Yes,
and
the
lick
idea
sparrows.
is
If there's anything I can ever do for you, do not hesitate to call upon me.
That's the idea. There is something you could do for me.
Wonderful. I can begin to repay your generosity immediately. Say on, friend.
I need you to cause a
Is
scene.
that all? My friend, you've come to the right person. You could say that causing a scene is somewhat of a specialty of mine. Stand back and behold my handiwork.
Alright,
Yes,
I'm ready.
Of course. Let me see if we have another bottle of that. I'll be waiting by the door for everyone to be distracted.
I have an announcement to make.
This should be good.
Let's go. Before anyone notices us.
I speak figuratively, of course. Nothing could be more unlikely than that someone would actually want her in their bed. Although most of you are already in bed.
So far, so good. Let's hope nobody saw us slip out. We need to
Alright.
pass through the kitchen.
Talk to me
Your
over there.
gear is hidden in the larder.
I'm already here.
Just stay
My
close
boy.
and let me do any talking. Got it?
Malboy, wake up! I know sometimes I could talk a lot, but please, focus me. EODR really is a disease.
You know I don't like strange smells in my kitchen.
A guest feeling ill. Leave the poor wretch be.
A guest? In the kitchens? You know this is against the rules.
Rules, is it, Sabani? I didn't realize that eating moon sugar was permitted. Perhaps I should ask the ambassador.
Get out of here. I saw nothing.
Your gear is in that chest.
My man's
I'll
got
lock
the
door
dirt.
behind you. Don't scream.
All is fair in love and war, my friend.
So,
Alright, you know, now that I think about it, I should have brought my leather
come on.
gear
If
for
someone
this.
misses me at the party, we're both dead.
I'm going, man. Get lost. Noob. Okay, so we have two options. We can either fight our way through all these people, or we can take the slow, methodical route. And if you haven't noticed, I happen to be a thing called a Dragonborn. And one thing dragons are not normally associated with is discretion. So
I need to lock the door behind you, or the patrols might notice something's wrong.
As much as can.
don't worry,
Good luck.
they will in fact notice. No, I remember being able to do more damage than this last time I played the game. Okay. Die, pointy ears. I don't see you being able to accomplish that, my friend from back there. I actually find it quite amusing that he can't get to me, so I'm just gonna let him stay back there. He did say he yielded, which, as we know in this game, is never really the case. I want all your things. It's valuable and useful for my collection, useful for stealth. Take these two. They sell for a lot as well. Okay, so thing about the Talmor, they really love to use magic, but shock magic drains their magicka. So we are going to use a little bit of that, and then we'll actually need that later. We'll just deal with him the old-fashioned way. The thing about wearing robes into a combat zone is blunt force trauma. Like that. And that. Who are you talking to? I do like that there's still noise going on outside. You know, all this stuff will sell for a pretty penny. And there's some justice, especially for such a prideful people, of leaving them stripped. Oh, I forgot. He's still there. That's who's talking to me.
Found you. You wish.
His face hole is gone. Or actually, be more specific. He has another face hole. How can I rob these people blind? I don't like them. One up here. For the facility, you know, we're looking for anything the lady of the place may have. I wish we could go back, right? Because then we could find a way into the party and just start clubbing. Not the type they think. Find as we go into the story that the lady of this house is quite a despicable character. That's also why we were robbing her blind. Way out. Could actually be useful at some point. We have to go outside. Spoilers. Well, I got done spoiling some things, but you could intuit that about her. All these fine clothes will sell for a pretty penny. Like a pretty dime. It's really stealing for me to take that lavender, but everything else is fine. Not that lavender. Yeah, so many years of me playing this game, I tried to sneak through there until I realized just how easy it is to bash their skulls in. Oh no. Ugh. Talk about skulls. This is slowly dissolving mine. Yeah, so personal lore, I produce a truly remarkable amount of mucus. Like, it is beyond belief in terms of quantity. I will totally clear my throat, wash out my sinuses, and I will be more full than I can even really get out. Like, just a few seconds. Follow what I can. Cough up what I can't. We learn to live with these things. Dodge and weave, baby! Dodge and weave. Come to Papa. Hold on. You and I both know, if you get close. Yep. Maybe you should use fire magic then. You weirdo. Best insult I could think of on the fly. At modern politics. I got him, boys. Those are people out over there. Can I go out there? I could. I could find Elowin. And fight her. I still don't know if it's possible. You guys have balanced swords. Let me get this straight. You make use of bound Daedric weapons instead of the ones you have. I guess that's our combat philosophy, but let me just, you know, Gotta have a cooldown. Can I quote you on that?
I'm going to put you down.
Oh, you've separated yourself from your friend. That's what I like to see. They just summoned another sword.
I'll see you burn.
Why do you keep saying that? You don't have fire! How are you gonna burn me? Certainly not with your words. I am sure that bow will serve you well in this situation. What can you do? Like your armor. What's those? We won't take the breastplate. Maybe. Let's see if we can't go inside and find our way to the rest of the party guests. I can't get out that way. No, I don't have the key. Could have pickpocketed off
Go right
someone.
on in. The party has already started.
Thank you. Oh no! Okay. I've never seen that before. Doesn't have a key. Aw, man. Should have pickpocketed Elowin. I could go back. Remember that for a later run through. If we want to go back and make war on all the people in there, we gotta get that key off of her. Alright. Once more into the breach.
But I need that money. I earned it. I have my own expenses, you know.
Silence. Do not presume, Gisser. You are most useful, but do not presume. We have other informants who are less offensive.
But no one else has brought you such...
You chose the wrong side, friend. Traitor of a Nord. Your soldiers cannot save you. They cannot even save themselves. This game needs hotkeys for potions, desperately. I just need a little more stamina, thank you. Appreciate your patience. I will bash your skull in and so many business. Oh, we didn't mean to do that. Usually even no stripping women policy for the sake of their dignity, but I'm gonna take her helmet and I took something else, so R.I.P. Non-canon event. We've got what we needed in that chest, but I want to keep robbing. We're blind. I think that guy we killed, the wizard with a special name, or something, has a key. We might be able to take that back and use it to do some justice for the people of Skyrim. You know what I mean. You'll see why we want it in just a moment. Finish looting. Loot, loot, loot. But not to loot. Just seen a loot. Not in here anyways. Nope. Okay, I'm getting bored, game. Give me something good. Give me something good. 13 gold. Chest, and there's 13 gold in it? Odd. Well, let's read these notes. So we have several Thalmor dossiers here. We have the one on Ulfric Stormcloak. We have the one on Delphine. And we have the one on the current dragon investigation. So I'll read the other ones once we get out of here. Because if you haven't noticed, we have caused a little bit of a stir and people could jump us any minute. First emissary, Elwyn. We anticipate a breakthrough in our efforts to uncover the party or power behind the dragon resurrection phenomenon. Well, there's Delphine's answer as to whether the Thalmor are behind it or not. An informant has identified a possible lead, whom we have brought back to the embassy for a full interrogation. The subject is obstinate, but by all indications is holding back the information we seek. I have authorized intermediate manual uncoiling. I do not expect more will be necessary unless you feel time presses. Oh, lovely. Uncoiling. What does it mean by manual? I know you prefer to be present for the final questioning. I will inform you immediately when the subject is fully receptive. 2 days should tell the tale. In the meantime, if you wish to audit our technique, your expertise is welcome as always. The 3-page note. I have placed the prisoner in the cell closest to your office stairs, for your convenience. That is how you know you have an experienced torturer, someone who can talk about it so laissez-faire. What was I thinking? Not that I... No, he doesn't have a key to the rest of the place, just to the downstairs. Not that I view torture as being, in all cases, moral. We will take and sell them. Because in many cases, it is also not justified. Doubtlessly, case like it's being performed by him is not one of them. I suppose that's a bullet point I did not quite cover in the topic we discussed right when we got back. But that would be one of, can any good come out of kind of negative motivation? Motivation to avoid pain, for example. Does all motivation need to be sort of pulling someone upward? Or is it possible to push, so to speak? And the answer is I think people need a little bit of both. We need kind of something like bowling, right? You need, in life you need guardrails to keep you within certain guardrails to keep you on the right path, but then also things give you momentum to go. Very difficult to rob herself. To rob her. No, I don't want to close the case. I opened it for a reason. That should work, but it doesn't. Bad. We are now rich at her expense. Take great delight in that. It's odd to see that the Thalmor have any sort of value for frostbite venom. As if it was actually good for anything. An amulet of Debella, we could use that. Man is too stuff. Bella is as much the goddess of love as she is other forms of charisma. Primarily associated with that. We will level up as soon as we get out of here. Before we do, though, we want to make use of the opportunity going all stealthy-like. We kind of bashed our way through everything else. We don't really know what's down here. Good to be prudent, even if you're generally going to go about things smashing. Missed anything yet. Guard, so let's go introduce ourselves, shall we? You should know before you die that your railings are worthy of their health and safety certification. I'm sure that gave him great comfort. Came straight from the heart. I was quite impressed to not be able to jump over that. $330 value makes impressive. A lot of uncoiling victims, it appears. Apparently we need to pick that up. I don't know if we have to read it. Talk to this man. But,
I told you. I don't know anything else about it.
You can't tell, perhaps by the cries of agony of the Thalmor, that I'm not here to torture you.
What? Who? What do you want then?
For you to do well in my fantasy football team. Oh, I'm sorry, wrong Etienne. No time to explain, let's get out of here.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Is there
Come
not
on,
time to
this
explain?
way. I've seen the guards use it to get rid of bodies. It must lead somewhere.
Hold on, you may know something important. Yeah,
I
let's do
damn well
that.
hope so. If it helps you twist them up, I'm glad to help. There
Yeah, let's coil them
guy named
instead of uncoiling them.
Something to do with dragons. I gathered it from listening to them talk when they thought I was out. I've seen a guy in Riften who they seem to think is him. Not much to
Good
go
to
on.
know.
I don't even know where he lives or his name, but they seem pretty excited about it. That's it. Now, let's get out of here.
Well, thank you. I have no reason to believe on the whole truth.
Whatever you want. But let's go, now.
Find out more information about him later, so you'll have plenty of time. Oh, that's not good.
Listen up, spy. You're trapped in here, and we have your accomplice. Surrender immediately, or you both die.
Never mind.
That didn't work. You should run, Malborn. Please try to not get yourself killed. If only he would ever listen to that. I've only once in my entire time playing this game succeeded in having him not die. I've also never before in my life seen what happens. Beautifully ironic that as he's saying you wish to defeat me impossible, I kill him. But very nice. Gotta love it. Just never gets old doing it to the elves. Most specifically the Thalmor. An ideology, not a race that I despise. But yeah, the guy we just freed, I never really find out what he does. I don't know if they just like forgot to write it as game developers, but like I don't think you ever see him again. Or hold on, I don't want to pickpocket him. I want to talk to him.
I saw guards dragging bodies over here. Might be a way out. They
Who
grabbed
are
me in
you?
Riften. They seem to think I know something. They just kept asking me the same damn questions.
Sorry about that pause, just getting myself mentally prepared for what we're about to face. If you know, you know. It's not the fight that's challenging. It's getting everyone alive through the fight. Might not want to just like haphazardly jump down there, Malborn. I guess you do, though. I guess you do. Please do fall back. Please run away. Malborn, you're going to get yourself killed. I'm gonna feel bad about it, as I always do. Oh, Malborn. If I want him to survive this, I have to find a way kill this entire frost roll before he allows himself to get hit. We'll try that. I'll try this too. Oh, I know I shouldn't feel bad for him for getting himself killed, because he really does it to himself, but I feel the need to pay him back. Just like, even the completionist in me just says, don't let Malborn get himself totally... Malborn! I'm gonna kill him. And I don't mean that facetiously. He's now in the way. I literally can't hit the troll without hitting him, and that means I can't defend him from himself either. Oh, you need... There we go. Good boy. Malborn! You... You worthless sod. Let Malborn survive. Take 2.
Let's get out of here. Ha, found you.
Let's try that one. Yes, Malborn. You stay down there like a good boy. That's not what I wanted to do. I want potions, please. Chat, let me know if we think we should just leave him. If you're watching this and don't feel like watching me try to actually get away with getting this guy out of here alive, despite himself, let me know. But, hey, we did it. Okay. Excellent. Always getting himself killed. What do we have here? Whoop. Looks like a necromancer. Try to use this as a hideout, and someone else had the same idea.
Now the Thalmor will be hunting me for the rest of my life. I hope it was worth it.
I think so. I mean, you chose to be here, man. Not my problem. It saved you from yourself. Go see if Etienne is alive, however you say his name. Good man.
Now the Thalmor will be hunting me for the rest of my life.
You didn't have to help me, so thanks. You didn't have to help me, so thanks.
Yeah, I don't think this guy ever comes up again. I think he just kinda fades into obscurity. So does Malborn. What's the way out of here? Not right, left, I guess, so. Uthgerd? Wild. Okay, well, Uthgerd has found us. Would have been nice if she had come in while we were fighting the troll, but I guess she was waiting out there for us. I don't know why that's where she was waiting. Means you heard the commotion with the troll. Excuse me, miss. What are you doing out and about?
It happened so fast. 1 minute the dragon was there, the next it was gone. No.
You see where he
I was
went?
too afraid to look. I don't know what we're going to do now. We have nothing left. You're too kind.
Be generous.
Thank you. Be careful and stay safe.
You as well. Fair citizen of Skyrim. It's another farmer with the same story. doubtless many a farmer in Skyrim, but
Thank you for the gold, traveler.
got it, bruh. Similar story. What's this down here? Oh, I know what that is. We will doubtless come back to that later. I just don't know if it's going to activate the quest if I go there. I don't think it does, so I'll just, like... There's a fast travel point, because we will have to come back here later. There we go. I don't think there's anything else around here that really necessitates we do anything but fast travel our way back to Riverwood. So let's get on with it. That voice crack was a non-canon event. I just want to point that out. Oh! Is the gut. Interestingly, I think the mucus issue is a derivative of the gut and not vice versa. Do about it. I don't my throwing.
Thinks he can woo Camilla Valerius away from me. She's already mine, I keep telling her.
You dump? Oh, it wasn't even good tea. Bargain bin tea right there. Chat, what is S tier tea? Talked about a few other things earlier.
You made it out alive.
What is the best tea?
Your gear is safe in my room, as promised. Did you learn anything useful?
Yep, I learned you are wrong and useless.
Really? That seems
Actually
hard to
useless.
believe. You're sure about that?
Yes, I'm sure they're
Esbern?
looking for someone named
He's
Esbern.
alive? I thought the Thalmor must have got him years ago. That crazy old
Regret
man.
someone pushing. We don't
Figures
always.
the Thalmor would be on his trail, though, if they were trying to find out what's going on with the dragons.
Yeah, sometimes we need help to get things out of our mind, and also things out of our hearts. That's something I wanted to touch on earlier when we were talking about the whole justice thing. We want a lot more than what we like immediately, what is immediately the loudest emotion. Not even like someone's stilling up another desire. Just those deep desires are always there. This might not be what's most consciously felt, but it's there. It is there. That includes a desire for justice, not just from those who have been wronged, but those who have done the wronging. They're all made in the image and likeness of God. What would the Thalmor want with Esbern?
You mean aside from wanting to kill every blade they can lay their hands on? Esbern was one of the Blade's archivists, back before the Thalmor smashed us during the Great War. He knew everything about the ancient dragon lore of the Blades. Obsessed
That's
with it,
why
really.
she hates the
Nobody
Blades.
paid much attention back then.
The Thalmor.
I guess he wasn't as crazy as we all thought.
They think he's hiding out in Riften.
Riften, eh? Probably down in the Ratway, then. It's where I'd go. You'd better get to Riften. Talk to Brynjolf. He's well-connected. A good starting point, at least. Oh, and when you find Esbern, if you think I'm paranoid, you may have some trouble getting him to trust you. Just ask him where he was on the 30th of Frostfall. You'll know what it means.
Spoiler. We never will, but it will help us. Question. I don't think he ever elaborates what happens. Maybe I'm wrong. That is actually kind of fun. So what happened to the Blades?
The Thalmor happened. They've been hunting down every blade they can find for the past 30 years.
I figured
Thanks
that
to
much.
The White Gold Concordat, they've been able to operate throughout the Empire with impunity.
I do appreciate background information. Sure, better story. There is value in saying things people already know. Take that snide comment back. I mean, I understand all this, but y'all might not, so we'll let her do some talking. What's the White Gold Concordant?
Great War. Only 30 years passed and
The Dragonborn will probably know all this too.
Seems to me like it just ended. It's never really ended for me. But to answer your question, the White Gold Concordat was the fancy name they put on the peace treaty between the Empire and the Thalmor. It ended the war and saved the Empire to fight another day. Also trampled on the sacred name of Talos, and gave the Thalmor free rein to stamp out Talos worship throughout the Empire.
Go back into here because someone else I wanted to... Why does the Emperor allow them free reign?
Emperor Titus Mede saved his empire at a very high price. A price that included the Blades. The Nords didn't like the peace treaty much either. 30 years later, the Empire ends up with the Stormcloak Rebellion on its hands. No doubt exactly as the Thalmor intended.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that. And if we read these books we have, which we will in a second, the other dossiers, we find out that they do in fact really want this war because it weakens the Empire. And I think even in that time frame, 30 years, that's just about enough time to raise a new fighting generation. The Empire should be fairly close to being ready to go back to war. But alas, they aren't quite anymore. Not that yet. Consider myself entitled to it after we get Esbern. Where's my stuff? That room.
Give me a mug of ale.
Coming right up.
Which is your room?
What do you need, Dragonborn?
Not it. That's not it. I need my stuff.
We got rooms and food. 2, I cook. Ain't much else to tell.
Is it? That is it. Of course it is. Okay. We are about to be very encumbered. Uthgard!
We've stopped. What is it?
Hold my stuff, woman! Don't need this old bow. Don't need all these armor sets. Take all those. These robes. All the fine clothes. Boots. There we go.
Let's go.
We have a lot to sell, so we'll start with the Riverwood Trader. We have another hour, so I might be able to get to the Esbern Arc. This is a little bit odd to me that Delphine, for all of her stealth, has decided to go about sweeping the tavern in full gear. I appreciate the desire to, you know, walk around in full kit, but when you're trying to be discreet about it, maybe not the best idea. Oh, Skyrim lore, for those who do not know. If I were to kill this chicken right now, I would be wanted dead or alive in this, or not even alive, just wanted dead in this town. I actually feel like it's kind of tradition, so let me demonstrate. Now, quick save. Oh, I was stealthed. That explains that. Try this again.
Reforming the Dawn Guard. Vampire hunters or something. In the old fort.
If they took this out, this is gonna be really morbid and sad. Yep, that's a big. Oh, my companion has even turned against me. All right, deathmatch time. This will give us something to get through the big selling montage. You know what? I think we'll just go back to Whiterun and we'll put everything in a chest, and I'll go through and take care of all that stuff off screen, so y'all don't have to watch that. Very boring. Alright, alright. Uthgard's backed off, so that'll help us. Oh, there's 2 of them now. There's 2 of them. I have a better chance if they are away from me. You know, at a distance. At least my horse is faithful. Yes, the point I was trying to make is that, they don't take kindly to people harming their chickens. As they shouldn't, you know? I aspire to have chickens in real life. I'm very close. If someone hurt my chicken, I think I would feel fairly similarly. Get wet. Yeah. Not gonna stop him, but give me a little bit of space. I don't really have any damage shouts, so there's only some I can only like whittle these guys down. Oh! Hello, my friend. We've been reunited. Come on. I am somewhere where they can't all be shooting at me. Can the Dragonborn take down an entire town? Alright. Yes, get as many of them in the river as we can. Good stuff. So far it looks like they're not going to follow me out. That gives me a chance to 1v1 Uthgerd. I've beaten you before! And do it again. Come on. Gotta make the guards think that they can hit me so they don't pursue. Oh, that was a lot of damage. Get some magicka. This is a lot of work to kill a chicken. Please, woman. You know, he's actually not bad. Uh-oh. Is she dead? She's dead! I got her! The fall damage, I bashed her into a wall. Now, it does give me an idea. First idea, though. No, I'm not gonna win that fight. Now, the fire's probably not gonna do a lot of damage to them while they're in the water. Owie. Son of a what, huh? You know what? Don't say it. My mother's name out of your mouth. No, I'm gonna call her nothing. You won't live to. Oh! You might live to. I'm invested now. Come on, just gotta take one down. I got one. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we're almost there. Am I too excited about this? Is this a bad thing? Am I a bad person? I just really enjoy getting away with chicken murder. It's like a game of GTA. Feel very morally odd enjoying doing this. Getting, you know, stress off. Getting a good fight in. No harm done. There's another more, you know, complicated matter to talk about another day. Probably someday before we go to play something like Skyrim. For now, leave that kind of untouched. So we're kind of at a crossroads here because I'm running out of healing. I don't want to be here forever. Ow. Come on, keep trying. Get him down to 1. I can like get a Fus Rodin in there. And the other guy, and try and face him mano a mano. Whoa, they're getting smart. Don't do that. Not good for the video. Oh! People want blood. Good thing I am a tactician. I could not have beaten them in a straight fight. But strategy is all fair game in war. Soften them up a little bit. And then let's Dragonborn him to death, why don't we? The last guard of Whiterun. Come on. That was underwhelming. What do you carry? Tempting. Tempting to not reload that save. How epic that is. Oh, Uthgerd. I wonder if the locals are gonna attack me. Like if I walk into the bar. See how far this party goes. Oh, it goes far! I have always wanted to kill Delphine.
Give up while you still can.
Please, give me some space. Courier, do you want some? Alright, after Delphine, we'll go about our business. But I have to take care of her. Oh, there's the dead chicken. I don't believe you. Remember we were talking earlier about the need to prove oneself? In those vibes right now. There's some part of me that needs to be able to tell myself that I can beat a fight like this. Oh, the courier's involved now.
You're not afraid of me, are you? You'll have to do better than that.
Will I? You aren't winning this. Well, hopefully not. What was that? The courier have a bow? Oh, it's not the courier. It's Sven. Hold up. I'm trying to shout and it's not letting me. I was definitely hitting the button. And we aren't losing to that stuff. Tell me how you really feel, Delphine. You won't have long to do it. You know what I just realized? She's an essential NPC.
Let's get this over with.
It might be, because I can't beat Delphine. I'm not allowed. At least knock her down. One at a time, please. Herder, get out of here.
Let's get this over with. I'll paint this.
Oh boy. That blood does not feel good on that mace. But you gotta pick off the easy ones. Is there? Is that really the truth? Pain doll. Are you just feigning being good at what you do? I love how the courier is just watching me like he has no idea what to do. Delphine. Delphine, please. Where'd you go? Wait. What? Did y'all see that? The stump had a health bar. More people are out and about. Oh, there goes our previous. Alright. And we beat the entire city of Whiterun. Oh, yeah, the game's not gonna let me do that. Who else is my enemy here? Is that everyone? I know it's not. Where is Sven? They like me. That's good.
You won't leave here alive.
Come on. Come on.
You call yourself a lord?
That was enough to take care of Uthgard, so it's impressive that you survived. 1,000 bounty? Yep. Essential NPC status. Something tells me it's gonna be the latter. I can't kill the dog! That's where we're gonna have to draw the line. Killed the women. Left these children orphans. Killed the guards. Killed my faithful companion. But the dog not be abided. Come, Alvor. You know what? Let's get out of here. Below this popsicle stand. Yeah, stump. The stump has. We have taken the stump down to half health. Any other chickens? We'll make our last stand here. You shall not pass! Alvor, I want to fight you, not this dog. Or the stump, for that matter. It's trepidatious to follow me outside of Whiterun. Or Riverwood, I mean. What?
Victory or Sovngarde!
Sovngarde it is. Alright. Sven is the only other person to take down. Lucan has been faithful. But Sven remains.
Good. I can use the practice.
Please, someone do something.
Where is Sven? Delphine. Delphine, please, can we talk about this? Nope. Okay. Well. We didn't get Sven. He must have been out of town. Oh! That's the last save it loads. Well, there goes the opportunity to get Sven.
You're not afraid of me, are you?
Not so much fear as it is acknowledgement of the fact that I physically cannot kill you. Stomp! Ow? Ow. How fly?
Lord can guide, you're an ugly one.
You have mail.
I've been looking for you. Let's see. I've got a letter. Looks like that's it. Got to go.
Thing. We just have to find Sven and it's over. Oh, Sven lives in here.
You lost?
Just the man I'm looking for. Does he fight? He does. Goody. Ben, I told you. Saying this whole time. I just feel a need to take down this bard. Oh no, we got the doggy. And that's gone and aggroed everyone else, as it should. Gotten even more people angry at us. I don't know where they are though. Oh, it's these people. Is it the courier too? Will the courier not abide the death of the doggo? If that's really how the game works, I appreciate that. No, she's running. Well, that's that. So, if you want to know what follows after chicken murder in Skyrim. Wow, were we really? We were at it that long. It was a whole day before we finished that. Wow.
They're reforming the Dawn Guard. Vampire hunters.
Okay, well, now that all is right in the world, do what I said. Let's go to Whiterun. Throw a bunch of stuff in the chest. Let's sell it off screen. We have, oh, not that way. I'm not selling it now. We have to go to Riverwood next. Find this Esbern fellow before the Thalmor get to him. We also,
We've stopped.
in the spirit of what we just did, we have to do something, let's say, about the man they call Nazim. I'll let him introduce for himself why that is. Just a moment. Alrighty.
Lead on then.
I intend to. How light all the elven stuff is. I don't even need to give most of that to her. I should put. Anna we just picked up, but it wasn't really heavy, so I guess we'll hold on to it. Ring of Destruction cannot be that valuable. Oh, we got it anyways. Anything super heavy? No. That on? And let's go meet a fellow named Nazim. If you don't know, this is obligatory in every game of Skyrim someone plays. Team is the Cloud District.
Cause trouble in Whiterun and I'll haul you into the Dragon's Reach dungeon myself.
You know that I'm a Thane, right? I'll have to teach that guard a lesson when we take out Nazim. One time he's wanted, he's not here. Very classic Nazim.
For a dragon to attack Kynesgrove. Why? Why there? There's no big...
Come on in. We got warm food,
This
warm
is a local
drinks,
favorite
and
and
warm beds.
Like one could fairly
Ragnar the Red.
easily discern why the dragon was there. They really were creative enough as a person. Yeah, you're on the nose. There's not really like a military reason to be there, so I wonder what it could be. Not tactical, it is logistical. There are 2 taverns in here, so... As in... As in... Bad content. I need content. Give me views, Nazim. Oh, he's sleeping with his wife.
Do you get to the Cloud District very often? Oh, what am I saying? Of course you don't.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what I'm for.
Help!
Die, demon!
I yield. I yield. Come on, another fight.
Now you'll pay.
I didn't know you were so cold-blooded.
Somebody help! Murder!
We did it! Yeah, we just killed him for his arrogance. That's basically it. And then, Uthred murders his wife. And now everyone's fighting everyone. Well, this is fun. So much for not making good content, Nazim. I'll take that back. You got one thing right in your life, and it was your death. Sadly, it was probably not in the way most people mean that. If you're only gonna get one thing right in your life, you do want it to be your death. Oh! Oh, there I go. Okay, well, that's that. Very good. Right before we kill Nazim. Alright. Now, let's make our way to Riften.
I ain't done nothing.
As we got 2 dossiers to read. Actually, I think 3. We will read those. Read one before we leave and a couple after we get there. How about that? Kahit. Hello, my friend.
I can take you to any of the hold
How could you tell? Alright, we'll read this book and level up, and then we will head off there. Actually, let's read 2 now. First, Delphine. Alright. Status. Active. Capture or kill. High priority. Emissary level approval. Description. Female Briton mid-50s. Doesn't look that old. Good for her. Background. Delphine was a high priority target during the First War. For both operational and political reasons. You know, it doesn't make sense that she's that old, given the war was 30 years ago. She was directly involved in several of the most damaging operations carried out by the Blades within the Dominion. She had been identified and was slated for the initial purge, but by bad luck was recalled to Cyrodiil just before the outbreak of hostilities. During the war, she evaded 3 attempts on her life, in one case killing an entire assassination team. Since then, we have only indirect evidence of her movements, as she has proven extremely alert to our surveillance. She should be considered very dangerous, and no move against her should be made without overwhelming force and the most careful preparation. Operational notes. She is believed to still be working actively against us within Skyrim, although we have no location on her. Soon to be working alone, as no other Blades are known to be active in Skyrim. She has in the past avoided contact with other fugitive Blades for her own security. That word. Security cone? Oh, it's parentheses. That makes sense, doesn't it? One of the reasons she has so far evaded elimination. A lot of exposition here, but interesting stuff on our friend Delphine. Her continued existence is a front to all of us. Any information on her whereabouts or activities should be immediately forwarded to the 3rd Embassy. There's some context on where we're coming from, and not context on where we're going. You know what? Read that when we get there to set the mood. Read right now. Something a little bit more extraneous. Their dossier on Ulfric Storm. Status asset. Uncooperative. Dormant emissary level approval. I don't know what that emissary level approval means. If it means it signed off on information being accurate. But important to note that he's considered both not on the one hand that he's considered an asset, on the other hand that he is considered to be an uncooperative one. So one could discern, could take that as being he's working for them but not fully, or one could take that as he's being used by them without his knowledge. Description: Jarl of Windhelm, leader of Stormcloak Rebellion, Imperial Legion, veteran. Background: Ulfric first came to our attention during the First War against the Empire, when he was taken as a prisoner of war during the campaign for the White Gold Tower. And note that he was that closely involved with the fighting. When you think about it from in-game historical perspective, it's not like terribly far, but this conflict would have taken quite a decent amount away from Skyrim. Yet Nord was very involved. You could tell they kind of took some, they twisted it into a different story altogether. But they took a little bit of inspiration, perhaps, from George Washington. The idea of a former renowned officer who participated in a war prior, is now fighting against the Empire from which he has seceded. Under interrogation, we learned of his potential value, son of the Jarl of Windtown, and he was assigned as an asset to the interrogator, who is now the now first emissary Elwyn. He was made to believe information obtained during his interrogation was crucial in the capture of the Imperial City. The city had in fact fallen before he had broken, and then allowed to escape. After the war, contact was established, and he has proven his worth as an asset. Oh! So he's like consciously working for them. He's been contacted, though we don't know if it was overtly, like, as the Thalmor. The so-called Markarth incident was particularly valuable from the point of view of our strategic goals in Skyrim, although it resulted in Ulfric becoming generally uncooperative to direct contact. Well, there's our answer. But it's interesting to note that he was willing to get involved with them at the beginning. So clearly, he has come to see them as being not so evil that they can't be cooperated with to some extent, if it means taking down the Empire in Skyrim. Operational notes. Direct contact remains a possibility under extreme circumstances, but in general the asset should be considered dormant. As long as the Civil War proceeds in its current indecisive fashion, we should remain hands-off. Something I'm not getting quite yet is information he's made to believe was crucial to the taking of the Imperial City. Maybe it wasn't like it was made to appear like he just discovered it, but maybe that Elwyn was on his side. He defected. I don't know. The incident at Helgen is an example where an exception to be made. Obviously, Ulfric's death would have been dramatically increased the chance of an Imperial victory and thus handed over overall position in Skyrim. Missed a few words in there, but you got the gist. Note, the coincidental intervention of the dragon at Helgen is still under scrutiny. The obvious conclusion is that whoever is behind the dragon also has an interest in the continuation of the war. I don't know if that's necessarily the conclusion you should draw. But we should not assume, therefore, that their goal is aligned with our own. It's a possibility, but not an absolute. So, you could say, there is some truth in that. I'm sure it helps Alduin. A Stormcloak victory is also to be avoided, however, so even indirect aid to the Stormcloaks must be carefully managed. It is interesting to think of, did Alduin just, end up at Helgen? Is that just, did he just, have him appear right at that moment at the top of High Hrothgar? And, well, spoilers, to be fair, we don't actually know where he appears. We'll get more information, context in that situation later, though. But, did he just hop into existence near Helgen? Did he know who Ulfric was? Something to consider. Alrighty. Those are our two dossiers. Let's make our way
Where do you want to go?
to Riften.
Climb and back, and we'll be off.
BB, looking at the chat, I'm sorry to hear about your new base rating. You have plummeted since we began.
Be sure to visit the Blackbriar Meadery. A few mugs of that, and you'll forget all.
Hold on one moment. Something going on in chat I kind of got to attend to. Not the PB thing. There we go. The advert that you're really allowed to be there for safety reasons, but yeah, I'm sorry, PV, that your base rating has plummeted by 40% since you started watching. I take no credit in that. I bear no responsibility. Maybe you should have been a better viewer. I don't know. Can't explain it any other way.
Too lazy to walk, eh? Well, you found the right place.
You know, you'd think for someone who sells horses, you'd have a more like... You'd have a better attitude towards horse travel as like a potential necessity of life. Before we progress any further, dragon. Hello. Do you come in peace? Well, the fire breath ones try to kill me, so those of you don't know, but I'm gonna assume that's a no. You know what they say about assuming. Nonetheless, killing dragons is what I do. You just need to whittle them down until they, once he gets to half health, they drop out of the sky automatically. At that point, I think even scarier, apparently, than the guards being able to do damage to him. The horses will attack him. Now, if you know anything from earlier episodes of this series, they are quite the threat. Come to Papa. There we go. He has such a low health, he's going to be forced to drop out of the sky. Guten Tag!
Hold there. Before I let you into Riften, you need to pay the visitor's tax.
This is not really the time. Like, can the tax be that I just killed the dragon attacking your city?
For the privilege of entering the city. What does it matter?
I don't buy it. Yeah, no, you're obviously a thief.
Be a little smarter than that.
There's obviously a shakedown.
Voice down. You want everyone to hear you? I'll let you in. Just let me unlock the gate. In all my years.
Yeah.
Never seen
You know what's up.
something.
And if anyone's been watching for a little bit, you know. He had tried to stop me. I would have no compunctions about taking on the whole city.
We've stopped. What is it?
But where did it come from?
What do you need to take?
I love that that man so badly wanted to shake me down for gold. That, like, he
What do
stopped
you need to take?
in the middle of this whole incident to try and shake me down. As if I was good enough to kill a dragon, basically solo,
Let's go.
but also being smart enough to see through that lie.
By the gods,
What a chump.
I don't even know what to say.
What a loser. Are we all good? I'm gonna find him. Oh! Didn't mean to do that, but we're here now. We're in space. Welcome. Yeah, like I'm following the stream on my phone. You know, it's buffering fine. See the chat. But it's acting weird on the computer version, oddly enough. But oh, it's coming through fine somewhere. That's all we need. I leveled up. We've been doing a lot of health, so let's get stamina up. What do we want to do? I think speech is appropriate, given what we just did. Or how about sneak? We haven't done sneak yet. Oh, we have done sneak, never mind. How about one-handed? We haven't done one-handed yet. There we go. Alright, as promised, we're about to enter into the city to learn about Esbern. Not learn about him, I'm sorry. I would find him. We're going to read about him now in order to learn about him. What? I have a spell tome called Turn Undead? Definitely want that. Alright, let's read up on Esbern. Status: fugitive, capture only. Delphine's noted as a kill. He's only a capture. Important distinction. Highest priority, also emissary level approval. A male Nord in his late 70s. Esbern was one of the Blade's lore masters prior to the first war against the Empire. It's interesting to note that they call it first, as if they are anticipating a second one. That alone is pretty damning stuff if this were to get to, like, a member of the Empire. He was not a field agent, but is now believed to have been behind some of the most damaging operations carried out by the Blades during the pre-war years. Sorry. Including the Felinisti incident and the breach of the Blue River prison. Something we can take from these, and that you can take if you know more of the lore, is that the Blades acted not only like a secret service organization, but also like an intelligence service, but an aggressive one is that. I mean. His file had remained dormant for many years, an inexcusable error on the part of my predecessor. It was recalled to Alinor for punishment and re-education. In the erroneous belief that he was unlikely to pose a threat due to his advanced age and lack of field experience. A salutary reminder to all operational levels that no Blaze agents should be considered low priority for any reason. All are to be found and justice exacted upon them. Operational notes. As we are still in the dark as to the cause and meaning of the return of the dragons, I have made capturing Esbern our top priority, as he is known to be one of the experts in dragon lore of the Blades. Regrettably, we have yet to match their experience on the subject of dragons, which is derived from their Akaviri origin, and is still far superior to our own, which remains largely theoretical. We'll lore dump on the Akaviri later. I'm going to keep moving. The archives of Cloud Ruler Temple, which is believed to have been the primary repository of the oldest Blaze lore, were largely destroyed during the siege, and although a great effort has been made to reconstruct what was lost, it now appears that most of the records related to the dragons were either removed or destroyed prior to the attack. A long sentence. Thus, Esbern remains our best opportunity to learn how and why the dragons have returned. Not be ruled out that the Blades themselves are somehow connected to the dragon's return. We've recently obtained solid information that Esbern is still alive and hiding somewhere in Riften. Interrogation of a possible witness is ongoing. You know who that is. We must proceed carefully to avoid Esbern becoming alerted to his danger. If he is indeed in Riften, he must not be given an opportunity to flee. Alrighty, well, we know that if Esbern is still here, we will find the Thalmor as well. And no doubt have a big lead on us with all the stuff we've been up to.
Be careful, Mio. The Thieves Guild has Maven Blackbriar at her back. One snap of her fingers and you could end up in Riften jail. Or worse.
They represent the reason I'm here. I can't just ignore them, Eren.
I know. I just don't want you to leave. You're the only good thing that's happened to this city in a long time.
She wasn't talking about leaving, she was talking about dying, my friend, but Good to know the Thieves Guild's important around here.
I don't know you. You and Riften looking for trouble?
Kind of, but what's it to you?
Don't say something you'll regret. Last thing the Blackbriars need is some loudmouth trying to meddle in their affairs.
They're basically the Mafia. Who are the Blackbriars?
Blackbriars have Riften in their pocket, and the Thieves Guild watching their back. So keep your nose out of their business. Me? I'm Maul. I watch the streets for them. If you need dirt on anything, I'm your guy. But it'll cost you.
Ask what he knows. He knows something about Esbern.
Business with you. So what do you want to know?
I have a gem. I'm not really here about that right now. Blackbriars. Dark Brotherhood or the Thieves Guild. Nothing about Esbern. Dark Brotherhood did try to assassinate me, though.
The only thing I heard is a rumor that a boy named Aventus Aretino in Windhelm has been attempting to contact the Dark Brotherhood. He used to live here in the orphanage on the other side of town, but I think he ran away. Can't say I blame him.
We may follow up on that later. Eventually, have to take care of the whole Dark Brotherhood thing.
If you know what's good for you.
I'm sure I do, but do you? Might be a pickpocket. Just keep an eye on her. Pretty sus.
How was I to know the shipment would get robbed?
Next time, keep your plans quieter, and nothing would have happened to it.
Posture, dispositions, there's a lot.
Are you telling me you robbed it? Why? Why
On
are you doing this to
their
me?
face.
Look, Shadra, last warning. Pay up or else. All I care about is the gold. Everything else is your problem.
Why is she hanging around me? Huh?
Huh? What do you want?
What was that all about, friend?
I owe a great deal of money to someone, and I think they cheated me.
Keep an eye on her.
I was able to work out a deal with
Yes.
stables in Whiterun to sell me some of their tack and harnesses. I borrowed some gold from Sapphire to pay for the shipment, but it got robbed before it even arrived. Now Sapphire wants her money back, and if I don't pay her, I think she's going to kill me.
I'll help him pay off that debt.
You will? Oh, thank you.
Ever the Good Samaritan.
Yes. Hofgreer took me in when I arrived in Riften about a year ago. He's been teaching me everything he knows. Horses are my whole life. Back in Hammerfell, I helped my family raise horses at our farm. I hope to open my own stables one day, but I think it's going to take a lot longer than I expected. Be careful with Sapphire. She mixes with all sorts of nasty people.
Yeah, pretty late at night, so nasty people have to know what's going on, so it might be good to.
Looking for work? I need
Question
someone
here.
to deliver a message to Sibby Blackbriar.
I'm okay.
Never done an honest day's work in your life for all that coin you carry, hey lad?
A lot of things going on here right now.
Never done an honest day's work in your life for all that coin you carry, hey lad?
Alright, what you missed back there is the preacher is trying to talk to the distressed people. Where distressed people go, and that is in the bar. Something to talk about as we're about to end here, coming up soon. But first, there's someone talking to me here. I'm sorry, what?
I'm saying you've got the coin, but you didn't earn a septim of it honestly. I can tell.
I wouldn't say that.
It's all about sizing up your mark, lad. The way they walk, what they're wearing. It's a dead giveaway.
And this really reads that to
Oh,
you?
but that's where you're wrong, lad. Wealth is my business. Maybe you'd like a taste.
That's what
I've got
you
a
mean
bit
by
of an
honest
errand
work.
to perform, and in my line of work, extra simple. I'm going to cause a distraction. You're gonna steal Medesi's silver ring from.
Why would I do that?
I want you to place it in Branche's pocket. There's someone that wants to see him. I'll be out in the market.
No,
Meet
I
me then.
if you've still got the stomach for it.
I didn't mean to click that option, and I don't want to do that, so we're gonna load all the way back in because up yours, Skyrim.
People of Riften, heed my words. The return of the dragons is not mere
I knew that stupid kid would try and find a way to weasel out of his debt. Look, this is really simple. I lent him some gold, he promised to pay me back, and now he says he's broke. End of story.
And embrace the teachings of the Handmaiden of Kine.
No, Marimo. We talked about this. Talon?
You and I both know this is a setup.
All right. I guess I made enough from his shipment. No need to waste any more time threatening a stable.
Yeah, she can recognize what my outfit means.
I can take a hint.
No need to use
You want to make some coin? Never done an honest day's work in your life? Ah.
Looking for this old guy hiding in a Riften.
Help me deal with business first. Then we'll see how I can help. Besides, you look like your pockets are a little light on coin. Am I right? Passing
Dragons.
on a golden opportunity is worse.
Bad for.
Until next we meet, lad.
Talk about dragons first before we do anything about the old guy. They're more important.
Senses. Ready to make some coin?
What do I have to do?
I'm going to cause a destruction. Once you have it, I want you to place it in Branche's.
No.
I already said Chandra doesn't owe me a thing, so get off my back.
So the thing that went wrong there, didn't really get a chance to get through. I was trying to persuade him that it was worth his time to just tell me the information without me having to do his dirty work beforehand. And he was, not willing to let that slide. One woman.
Go away, if you know what's good for you.
Help you? Why are you looking at me? Are you a vampire? I don't like vampires. I'm watching her.
You're a stranger here too, huh?
That I am.
If you're looking for anything to sell for a fair price, I run the pond prawn over by the market.
Where would an old man hide? Maybe this mule knows.
Yes?
Mule told me that
Like
it's
a local do-gooder.
I've been adventuring
Not
across
from Riften?
Dungeon since I was a fresh-faced young woman barely able to swing a blade. My travels have taken me from High Rock to Valenwood, elsewhere to Morrowind, and all points in between. Many years ago, I lost my blade, Grimsever, within a Dwemer ruin. I took it as a sign that I was wasting my days in search of wealth. You and I are alike. We seek challenge and great fortune. But for me, that's where the similarities end. You see, Riften is my great beast to be slain, and my fortune comes from gratitude and trust.
You see, I can appreciate the attempt to read other people, but doesn't have the best read in the Dragonborn. I don't have the option to ask her anything about Esbern.
Safe travels.
Mules brought me nothing but safety.
I don't want to work with that thief, so there are other options.
Yeah?
I hope that someday.
Likes to talk, but not about what I want to talk about. That kind of person.
Please, I need but a septum. A septum is all I ask. Is that? I can't take this place anymore. The trees, all the colors, the city so dark. Why? It makes no sense. Oh, thank you. Divines bless your kind heart.
Yeah, this gives me an idea. This was probably not the type to have a public residence if he's in hiding. Not someone who's so used to it as a blade. I suppose Delphine did hide in plain sight, but I don't see old man everywhere. Perhaps we should check the down below.
Look, I already said Chandra doesn't owe me a thing, so get off my back.
Old man, but
yeah, what do you
not
want?
one named
If this is about the
Edward.
meadery, we can talk later.
These guys are.
Fellow Nord, I trust you're bringing the fight to the Empire.
I presume you're bothering me for a good reason.
Who said I was bothering you?
said
You're
shut
bothering me. Y'all, let's take a chill pill, please. Everyone in that tavern. Okay. Go down below. I'm waiting for something. We'll find out soon. But I'm waiting for something. While we do that, that we already kind of talked about in episode 1. Opinion, you need to have a space to just be where you are. So that's kind of applicable to the whole preacher in a tavern thing. I don't think there's anything wrong with them being able to come in once in a while. You know, when people are in their darkest. It's also sometimes when they need the hook. As much as people need a place to escape, they need to know they have an out. So, I don't think it's fair to consider it always harassment.
New around Riften?
Wait, the same thing.
Stay at the Bee and Barb. The bunkhouse isn't for you.
It's so good to see you again.
There's a bunkhouse, you say?
Need something?
I don't know. Bunkhouse somewhere. How odd. No? She's not gonna do anything? Not gonna give it any antics? I know what you do. I think it's a great way to end the stream. But as of yet, does not appear interested in doing it.
How
You
can the
know?
humble servant of Talos help you today?
Talos? I thought you were a priest of Mara. Apparently not. Well, as she won't make things interesting, we might just have to take our leave now.
Scully, you know what's good for you.
Say that we were just talking about. Oh, talk to the face sculptor in Ragged Fire. Now let's check out the bunkhouse. That'll be the last place we look.
Can I help you?
Looking for an old man. Isburn.
Please help me. I'm going to lose my job at the Riften Fishery.
What's
I really
wrong?
need your help. I don't want to lose my job at the fishery. My job at the Riften Fishery is in danger. The owner, Bolly, said that if I show up for work in this condition one more time, then I'm out. I don't mean to do this to myself, but I can't help it. I tried some skooma a year ago, and ever since then, I can't stop. If you could give me a healing potion, I could cleanse this poison from my body and get back to my life.
Really that easy? Skyrim? Like, is that it for addiction? A health potion? Like a stim pack in Fallout. Just cures everything.
Your kindness will never be forgotten.
I'm happy to help if that easy to fix an addiction.
That's all I can offer you for what you've given me.
New quest to identify
Sorry about the mess.
a dealer.
Keeping this place clean is quite a chore.
Can't you bother me at my armor stand in the
I'd
market?
appreciate it if you'd keep your hands to yourself.
I'm asking, do you
The
work
bunkhouse-
here?
Work? I suppose you can call it that. I call it slavery.
Jeez, look at her eyes.
I work my fingers to the bone.
More than
keeping
one
this
skooma
disgusting place
addict
clean.
around here.
Ever since my parents. So now I'm stuck living here while those pigs she calls customers grope me and say the most awful things.
I
Sure,
excellent.
leave. Not like you care anyway.
Look.
Need something?
Why do you hate her
it's
so
not
much?
just the work, it's everything about her. She's disgusting. I think she takes her worship of Dibella a bit too seriously. Do you know she slept with 3 different men in the last month alone? What
Ooh.
kind of woman would do
Then.
such a thing? Just for once, I'd like to see her squirm. To rub her nose in it.
Was that fair?
Actually, there is. But I don't think I could get away. You see, I happen to know,
Killer if
after
she
she
found out.
makes love, she gives her partner a token of her affection, called a mark of Dibella. If you confront her with 3 of the marks, she'd be so embarrassed. Well, I don't know what she'd do.
I'll help, but I can't do it right
You
now.
need to get the marks of Dibella from Bolly, Hofgrim. Then just confront Helga with them, and the rest works itself out.
Yeah, that's the easy go task. We're probably never gonna get to it, but Seems fairly fitting for some public shame of the town skink. Always in for that. I haven't met this woman. I don't know if that's really true about her. For owning the bunkhouse, she's not really around much.
Any luck getting the marks from those men? Sorry about the mess. Keeping this place clean is quite... I'd appreciate it if you'd keep
Pretty
your
scummy
hands
thing
to
alone
yourself.
to an orphan girl you raise. It's kind of like a Les Mis situation, it seems.
Home of the Thieves Guild, or so they'd have you believe. It's all lies. They're just thugs. Creeping around the bed.
Yeah, I mean, it takes a special kind of person to do that to an orphan.
Glad to see you finally
raise them in that sort of life.
Ready to
I guess we have met the woman, the woman who told us not to be. Yeah, so that leaves us with two possible discussion topics for the end of the video. Kind of the what to do about that quest we were just given. I can't even remember the other one, but we kind of already talked about the other one in the past. So in the end one, it's the same sort of thing where I think people in thinking that positive, wanting to focus on positive motivation allows them to lose sight of the fact that there's more than just the focus for what matters. And when people do bad things, they need to know that it's a bad thing. And we all are in this growth of virtue life together. Virtue is not a private thing whatsoever. They have just about everything in your life requires participation from other people. Most especially those things that are most deeply intimate, such as one's identity, one's character. So I have no compulsions about other people from time to time getting involved. I think that's the way you go about it without more extreme versions of forces. The public acting in their own interest as a accountability source. We're not going to go too deep into that. I'm sure there'll be more opportunities to talk about that in the future, but we are basically at the end of the stream. We're at the 4-hour mark. Let's see, will she pickpocket me? You do it. I don't understand. You always do. It's so fun. Please. Please, I need some action to end the video. Oh well. It's okay. Well, here we are. Alrighty, well thank you so much for watching, anyone who's here. We will now take our leave. Maybe we'll have to come back to her another time. Alrighty. We are. Okay. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope that you enjoyed the stream. If you did, please consider giving us a follow or a subscribe if you're watching this on YouTube. You do all that for free. Excuse me. We'd also very much appreciate a like. Alrighty. Well, God bless, Godspeed, and good night, everyone.